that welcomes a beautiful match. Both teams tied on points, 18 points to be exact. So lots of motivation to play for today. Well, my name is James Saunders and I'm joined by former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup defender Brent Sancho. Big game that we expect ahead. But before that, we've got to, of course, congratulate the league winners, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, who won the competition early this week after Police. They drew their final match. So La Horquetta Rangers, runaway leaders of the Ascension League, and that's a good feeling for the crew right here in La Horquetta where we're based.
Certainly a good feeling, but more importantly, a deserved feeling as well. They've been extremely consistent throughout this league, despite the fact that they've changed their lineup on several occasions. But what they have done, they have remained in the same way that they've played throughout this competition. They have been very difficult to beat, and that's the reason, of course, why they're undefeated. But more importantly, when it was needed, they won football games, and that's why they won this tournament.
Well, let's take a look at just how they did it as we check out the league standings at the moment. And yeah, look at that good stuff right at the top. Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, they stand at 42 points. Nobody within touching range of them. Defense Force, of course, on 35, they can get to a maximum of 41 points. But the beauty about that result, of course, they're unbeaten in the competition.
Well, so far they are unbeaten. Of course, they have a very difficult game here this afternoon against Deportivo Fortin, which I think it is their most difficult proposition left in this fixture. Of course, there's a lot to play for as well, James, as you look at Defense Force all the way down to, of course, Deportivo PF. Those are the table sort of will have to be worked out with the rest of the fixtures that we're going to see here today. Still a lot of entertaining football to play and some entertaining players on show as well.
And I think the real story, looking at the bottom of the table, we've looked so much at the top of the table, look at the bottom. Moruga FC picking up their first 3 points of the competition. That must be a big feeling for them as well.
Yeah, a huge feeling. I think when we look back at when they first started in this tournament, we've seen the improvement as the tournament went on. And more importantly, of course, we've seen the play that they've produced throughout the tournament improve. Of course, resulted eventually in a win. A young team, it must be mentioned. They talked about their relationship with the school down there in Moruga, and of course, with the coaches and the community impact that they would have had. So I'm very happy for Moruga FC, and of course, claiming their first 3 points.
Well, I spoke about motivation to play. Both teams are Cunupia FC and, of course, AC POS being tied on 18 points. The next one, interesting contest. Just 2 match days remaining, and it's good to see that teams at the middle of the table, they've got some motivation. Who do you think has the edge, though?
I may lean towards AC POS playing simply because I believe their midfield that they have for today's game is probably one of the strongest midfield we've seen in this tournament. However, Cunupia has seen some sort of resurgence, and because of that, it's going to be an interesting fixture. As you rightfully said, there's a lot to play for here today. Points shared, there's pride to play for as well.
All right, well, we did have a chance to speak to some of the coaches, and Cunupia FC, they're up first. They spoke about the ground conditions, and let's hear what else they spoke about.
Coach, both teams on 18 points, a chance to move ahead of AC POS Spain. Enough motivation for your team?
Yes, there's enough motivation. Yes, it is, yeah.
As you go into this fixture, it seems to be a bit of a resurgence by Cunupia. What are the keys to the game for Cunupia to go away with all 3 points?
Mainly adjusting to the conditions of the field. We good to go. We are always a hard fighting team. Anybody, we will, I would say, give them a very, very good train right now. And also we've drawn against the top 2 teams, but the conditions will kind of determine how the game plays out.
Well, as you look at AC POS Spain's starting lineup, 3 very talented midfielders within their squad, do you think it's very important for Cunupia to keep them shackled?
Yes, and they have. I didn't even get a chance to talk to the fellas. They actually tell me, hey, we will take care of our midfield. So it's up to them. The guys now have done all I could do during the course of the week.
What has been the key for Cunupia in their resurgence? What department in the field you believe has been the key for their resurgence?
The training. I think what happened after the slipping, we decided we would stop the bleeding first. We wouldn't try to win any games. We just try not to lose, and then the confidence came in and we got one in, and We don't know. The sky's the limit right now.
Well, of course, Coach, of course, a difficult fixture here today. Yeah. All the best to you and your team in today's fixture.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Well, Michael Defoe certainly seemed to have worked out some of the issues plaguing his team. What do you think personally would have worked for them from your observations?
Well, I think when he mentioned about coming back to what made them successful, you have to remember this is a team that was flying high in the earlier part of the tournament before they had that slippage. He was able to bring them in and they were able to work things out in the training pitch. This is a team that's motivated, so I expect a lot coming out from them in today's fixture.
Well, AC Port of Spain, they lie in 5th place in the standings, but make no mistake, they're one of the more exciting teams in the competition, and we had a chance to speak to their coach, and he tells us why.
Coach, both teams tied in 18 points, 3 points would see some separation. Enough motivation?
Yeah, definitely is motivation. Definitely we want to reverse the first result we had against them, take the boys and them up and ready for it.
Of course, you have 3 of the more talented midfielders in this competition playing today in your squad. Do you see that as a positive going into today's fixture?
Definitely. I think the addition of these players bring a lot more possession into the team, a lot more creativity, and it augurs well for our attacking part of the third.
What are the keys to the game for AC Port of Spain to go away with all 3 points?
Dominate the midfield, take our chances, and be solid at the back.
Well, of course, today is an important fixture for you, Coach. What do you see as one of the challenges that Cunupia would possess that you have to be very wary of?
I don't think the major challenge problems they would possess, I think, is us that shoots ourselves in our foot most of the time. So once the boys eradicate those simple errors, I've seen it a comfortable result for us today.
All right, Coach, thank you very much. All the best to you and your team in today's fixture.
All right, thanks a lot, Brent.
Well, if confidence was a person, Walton O'Rega's face would be plastered next to that. But he did mention midfielder, and some may feel that he has a lot of right to speak about the way that he spoke, because their midfield, very exciting midfield. They've got 4 national players, current national players, and of course, Che Benny, who's right up there with the best of scorers. Are they the best midfield in the competition?
I think what they possess, you can say that they do have creativity, they do have imagination, and they do have a 3 within there that have the ability to win football games. So when you have that within your squad, you can be confident. The question is, James, as we've asked throughout this tournament, can the back 4 bring the ball into the middle of the park and they make successful entry passes into the midfield with space and time so they can do their magic? I think that is the biggest question for AC Port of Spain here today.
Well, it's a question they will have to answer, because they've talked the talk, but can they walk the walk? Find out after we take this break and come back with the action right here, Ascension Tournament. Cunupia, that is, as AC Port of Spain and Cunupia FC, they line up for battle at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Welcome everybody to the Ascension Football Tournament. My name is James Saunders. I'm joined by Brent Sancho, former TNT International World Cup defender, for this mid-table clash. 5th place coming up against 6th. Both teams, of course, tied in points, 18 points to be specific, as a team from the capital, AC Port of Spain, takes on the Central Giants. Cunupia, of that man and his talent, will be on show today. 8 goals in the competition. He will be one of the main architects for AC Port of Spain. But he's not alone. It's a midfield packed with talent, and it's certainly an exciting midfield for AC Port of Spain. Well, too bad they're leaving, because everybody will be arriving in this venue today. It's a Friday evening, and we know what happens on a Friday evening here in La Horquetta. All to play for, and we're here for it. Brent Sancho, how are you doing? Wonderful atmosphere.
Yeah, good atmosphere, of course, a good competition that we expect here on the pitch at La Horquetta. We talked a lot about the midfield and, of course, the capabilities that AC Port of Spain in particular possess with their 4 players that play for the national team. And we talked about motivation as well, James, and it's important to note that yes, these 2 teams are tied in 18 points. There is still, of course, a scoring championship to be crowned, Che Benny around in and among. And of course, looking forward, there is a national team games coming up, and there's a lot for these young men to aspire to. And I would expect that this is going to be a game where they're going to want to show their best, and they're, of course, going to want to exhibit their best foot forward.
Kadeem Graham wearing the captain's armband this evening for Cunupia FC. It is the best pitch conditions, or weather conditions rather, that we've seen in recent weeks in Trinidad and Tobago. It's been pretty dry all of today. However, well, casualties of the wet weather that we've had. Groundsman Hughley certainly had his hands full when we got to the venue earlier today, putting in lots of work to ensure that the pitch is playable. And I think it's fair to say that he has done a reasonable job at salvaging the conditions.
Yeah, he's done a reasonable job as much as it's very warm, it's very hot, it's good weather, probably and arguably the best weather we've had here for quite some time. There are some challenges, as you can see, of course, on the pitch here, where he would have had to gone out and put and place sand in some parts of the field just to, of course, soak up the water, and of course to level out in terms of the sticky patches that we have. It's a pitch that has, and I've said this many times, have had a lot of football played on it, and despite that, I think the groundsman here at La Horquetta has done a tremendous job. Don't forget as well, James, we've also had teams training here on this pitch throughout the week, so it has had its fair share of occupation, but despite that, we've seen some very good football here at the La Horquetta Recreational Ground.
I'm sure those guys won't mind too much. They're here to play and have an opportunity to play. We did have our first match at the ground cancelled last evening because of soggy pitch conditions. Oh, that's not the case today. Have no fear, because these teams are here. The cast members are ready, and it's time for action. In just a second, we will introduce you to the teams and the lineups of this match. You did speak with the coaches earlier, and you spoke about the motivation for the game, and certainly if we look for motivation, there can be many to be found.
I think as a professional athlete, you want to always do your best, and as much as that sounds like a cliche, it's important when you put it into this afternoon's competition and put things in context. For these players, there is a national call-up at stake. For some of them, there is a goal-scoring opportunity to win it, as we look at the both teams marching out to the field. So they're within the minds of these players. They want to perform, and of course, James, they're live on television that's beamed throughout the Caribbean. So you do want to put your best foot forward as a footballer. You want to show why that the plaudits and of course some of the good words that are expressed towards you are being said. And this is a type of competition that is for that type of player that could motivate themselves internally.
What an experienced cast of officials in the middle for this contest. It's the team in red versus the team in royal purple. AC Port of Spain, of course, trading their traditional red outfits for purple. Well, lots of changes in the lineup, and some big ones that we would mention in just a few. So good to be back out on a Friday evening. You almost have a tabanka, as we call it in Trinidad and Tobago, for the rest of the week after the weekend is gone. Enjoyed an exciting match week last week. We'll bring you up to speed about that later on. But of course, the big news that permeated the week, Terminex Laokita Rangers romping all the way to the title.
Yeah, and as I said in the build-up to this game, they're deserving of that, James. When you look at the body of work that they would have produced throughout this tournament, the key word that aligns with Terminex Laokita Rangers as we look at the officials, Archibald, Shanghai and Balaram, and of course a very experienced McPhee in the middle. When you look at the body of work that they've been able to produce throughout this tournament, the word that aligns with Terminex Laokita Rangers is consistency. They've been very, very consistent. We talked a lot, James, about the changing of personnel, the changing of players, the change of forward line, the playing time well distributed throughout the team. And despite the injuries and of course the fatigue, as mentioned by the coaching staff of Terminex Laokita Rangers, they've won football games, and they've won it because every single game that they've played here in the Ascension tournament, they've done it the same way, and they've gone about it the same way. So you have to give them credit.
All right, time for introductions as we introduce you to the main cast members on the show this evening. And we start with Cunupia FC. And immediately you can notice no Ian Cowie. Well, that defender is going to be missing out this evening. But they do have experience of Stephen Julian and Kadeem Graham in defense. Christian Maloney and Dominic Douglas continue with solid, consistent lineup for them. And Trevin Caesar would be expected to lead the attacking lineup with Maestro Mensah back in the action. Well, what you just missed is the kickoff as the game has just begun. AC Port of Spain in purple up against AC Port of Spain. Well, you got to look at one lineup. I've mentioned the other. In midfield for AC Port of Spain, they've got 4 active national players. Of course, Dwayne Mockett being the chief of them. Apart from him, we've got John Paul Rushford. Well, he will be assisted by Che Benny, who's got 8 goals in the competition. New keeper in goal though for Cunupia FC. Jean-Pierre David rested today. He's been replaced by Stephen Berkeley. Caesar scored last week for Cunupia FC, shouldering the brunt of the attacking threat for them. Look up on Showtime Woodley. He has been missing for quite a few games in the Cunupia lineup. This man, Dominic Douglas, among those expected to contribute to goals. It's quite interesting though. Kevin Woodley, he has been missing for pretty much all of the second round of Cunupia FC, but he's still up there with the top scorers in the competition. His 9 goals, it tells you the kind of flying start that he had in the competition.
Yeah, and it tells you, of course, his contribution to this Cunupia FC team. We talked about, of course, the dip they had in form, and it's very difficult to look past the fact that there was no Kevin Showtime Woodley within his squad and his goals.
Well, Cedil McLean's cross is not good enough. Cut out. We'll try again though. McLean. Unangaron. Dwayne Mockett. Rochford. Oh, they're playing tiki-taka at the moment, and here's Rochford. And it's a good save to test the new keeper in goal for Cunupia FC. And it's a test that he's passed pretty well, Stephen Berkeley.
That's what we expect from that midfield three of Che Benny, Mockett, and of course Rushford. When they combine, it's very clever for what they are trying to do.
Oh, speaking of Benny, yeah, he goes now and he tries to play in Wilson and just pushed too far ahead of him. Has been a good addition to this team, Josiah Daniel. His movement has been talk of the tongue, so to speak.
Yeah, Wilson, I think, was man of the match in the last game that we did. He's a handful. He moves well, mobile, understands where he needs to go.
Well, part of goal was well blocked, and it's pushing forward now. Maloney. Yes, Javin Cesar. And has to play a deeper role for Cunupia FC, coming to the center of the field. Early in his career, he was known for his explosive pace. Well, look at the pace of this attack. Che Benny tries to carve inroads going forward. Oh, bad giveaway by Anthony Charles. To Kadeem Graham now. Well, can there be a way now, Cunupia FC? And, well,
that's a good idea.
Required a better service, though.
It required, yes, it did require better execution. But it was a good idea. I think an early ball was needed to get Dominic in on goal. He made a good run, but you're right. I think the execution let him down there.
Looking for Daniel, and a heavy touch. Gave possession right back to Cunupia. Have made some changes, but I did speak about Kadeem Graham being back in the lineup, but failed to mention that Maestro Mensah, the Ghanaian centre-back, he's back from injury. It's Punangaron. Eastman looking for options, finds Malik Merez. It's been pretty consistent in defense for AC Port of Spain. Charles picks out Rochford. Hull could open up space for Sadale McLean here. Mockett. Eastman. Nice flow and movement about the team in purple. And might have been deflected. It's a corner.
Good build-up play by AC Port of Spain. They're finding room in the middle of the park. And both coaches lamented on the fact that the midfield battle would be instrumental into which team walks away with all 3 points. And so far, you would have to suggest, James, that AC Port of Spain is leading.
Can Rushford take out a purple shirt? Well, not the best of clearance, and Mockett tries to capitalize. And finally, it's scrambled clear. Well, they can open up something here to Chavin Cesar. Oh, slippery on the feet. We've seen some footing giving away and some passes being given away as well. Well, that's a good interception though by Maloney. And he looks to get his man in. Caleb Douglas came a long way forward, but fortunately the intended pass to him was a long way ahead of him as well. Nice interchange of player position by AC Port of Spain. As Pum Angeron drives forward. Good from Sion Thomas. And Daniel could be in behind here. Beats a good service.
I think when you look at this AC Port of Spain lineup, it's really about the balance, isn't it? If they can find that balance between offense and defense. You have three players in Jay Benny, Mockett, and of course Rushford that are very good offensively. The question is, on the other side of the ball, will they be passengers or will they be, of course, effective? And I think that really is the question here. And I think a lot of it comes down to the way Cunupia approaches this. If they can, of course, force those three players, of course, to play defensively or be more on the back foot, or of course be more concerned about things from a defensive perspective, then they would have done their job. It's not solely about containing them offensively. A lot of it is of what they do moving forward.
Well, not many chances created inside the opening 10 minutes of this match. Although, can be argued AC Port of Spain has had the better of the opportunities. Well, for certain, they forced the goalkeeper Berkeley into a save. Well, that man spoke about all the changes that his team have put in place that has given them some recent results. But it's examination day, and first they've got to get past Wilson, and he called. We couldn't get past the far post. Did everything right, but when it's not to be, it isn't to be, and well, he found that out. Certainly, Josiah Wilson. Certainly a big moment for AC Port of Spain to charge ahead. Opportunity not taken. That's the type of moments that make football matches. Well, not the touch that he's hoping for.
Take another look at this opportunity. Wilson just carved his way through the Cunupia defensive line. I think you couldn't find a better attempt of a finish than that. He did everything right. Opened his body, of course, tried to place it away from the goalkeeper. I think the post had other ideas. We talked about his movement, but of course in that case there, James, he showed his ability as a striker. It's very unfortunate because I thought he did everything right.
Well, you just wonder if that will be the chance that will come back to bite you when you miss opportunities like that. Well, we've got another 79 so minutes to find out. Well, there's a man down and spotted by referee McPhee. It's amazing how quickly they get back to their feet these days after going down almost as if they won their last breath.
I think it's part and parcel of modern day football. It's not something I like to see in the game. I think it's done for a reason, and the reason is to get your opponent booked. We're in trouble with the referee.
Well, play has been restarted. And good interception. Julian's touch is given away, and Che Benny comes away with it. carve open the defense. Away by Graham. Maloney can't pick out his man. It's given back to AC Port of Spain. Cian Thomas could be in some space here. And he get a good service in. Should be easy in the end for Berkeley, who holds on quite comfortably. Well, Chapman saves the space, causing trouble.
Could be trouble here. I think it might be a penalty kick, James. Interesting to see where they mark this one.
Well, judging from Cesar's reaction, it seems that the decision might have not been in his favor.
Well, I'm looking at where Cesar has ended up. And, of course, the replay would obviously show us where the initiation of contact came in. And look at it here. I think he might be right. I think McPhee would have gotten that one spot on, because it looks like the actual pulling of the arm would have happened on the line or just outside the box. So, well, it was on the line to be a penalty. I think it's right outside. It's a good call. From where we sit here, I thought it was a stonewall penalty. But you have to give McPhee some credit.
Well, they always say modern football is all about fine margins, and what's a fine margin between having a peaceful protest and being cautioned by the referee? And then Chavin Cesar, well, found that out. McPhee, of course, known for his no-nonsense style of officiating. He's been around a long time.
He's been around a long time. It'd be interesting if we had the data on how many red cards he would have shown. It'd be an interesting conversation.
Maloney went in search of some glory, and well, none was to be had.
Just the frustration of Cesar there. I think he would have, rightfully so, thought that he would have been in on goal. He did everything correct.
Well, that's certainly another conversation as well, whether he was in on goal.
That's a fair point.
Well, he's been a naughty boy, according to the opinion of referee McPhee, and that's why he has a yellow tick against his name.
Well, I was looking at where the defender was, Anthony Charles, of course, in relation to Mears. And you're right, James, Mears may have been the last man, and maybe it should have been more than a yellow card.
Oh, who says luck only goes to the Irish? And of course, Mears has some Irish ancestry in his back pocket that we don't know about, but he has to get some luck there. Oh, look at this. John Paul Rushford tried to be clever. He was caught in the act by McPhee, who wants it retaken.
Well, as we have another look at this here, and to your question, James, would have made the foul here. It would have been interesting to see where his teammate was, as we see the trailing defender coming in. But the question is, was he the last man? And if he was, should have been a red card.
Well, for the neutrals, going to be happy that we're still 11 v 11. Oh, for the more black and white folks, might have been a different story. Well, try to change the context of the discussion there. Dominic Douglas, but his attempt has only earned him a corner. Well, Holder is in goal today for AC Port of Spain. And wow, got the most convincing of catches from him. He, of course, replaces Jadel Poon-Lewis. He's fortunate to get away with that one.
Well, it's always a challenge for a goalkeeper coming through traffic to either receive or punch the football. And in that instance there, course, the challenge was there to see.
Caesar, first time effort is well blocked. And well, I don't know if you've noticed, but the last 5 minutes, the momentum of the game has swung in favor of Cunupia FC after the early onslaught from a team in purple. Well, that was well cut out there. And Josiah Wilson has a foot race, and not even sure Sharika Jackson, the world 200-meter champion, could have gotten to that first. Well, Wilson could get another bite. Yes, Sadale McLean. Well defended. Cunupia escape. And they come away now looking for Caesar. Well, headed away by Eastman. Well, they haven't had momentum in terms of fluency, but they are certainly contesting and winning challenges, Cunupia FC.
When you listen to Coach Defoe in his pre-game conversation, he talked about the fight that they have. And despite the fact that they weren't really involved in the early exchanges, it's been more of an AC Port of Spain show. They've certainly come back into this one in the last 5 or 7 minutes or so, and it's really down to the tenacity of the players. They certainly haven't backed down.
Unangaron, he's perhaps been a player with the most touches on the ball for AC Port of Spain, or the entire match for that matter. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. And Cunupia will look to capitalize. Maybe he's pushed it too far, and well, it's giving them another opportunity with a throw to defend. Did his best to get around the defender, Hakim Ligal. His final touch perhaps a bit too heavy. Julian and Paul trades possession. Rushford. Here's Eastman. He's made some space for himself, Eastman. Couldn't pick out Sadale McLean. And it's away by Cunupia. Oh, that's well intercepted. Behind the back of Mocket though, and well, it's almost a tennis match at the moment. Caesar. No infringement committed, says the referee, and McLean has some space to run at the defender. Here's Mocket on the no-look pass, and well, Jean-Paul Rushford was the intended target. A bit too straight though. Beginning to find their mojo again, AC Port of Spain. What they do need is some consistency. Sion Thomas, Rushford. Quite a mobile player, Rushford.
Deceptively so as well.
Oh, there's a whistle, and it's because Sadale McLean would have strayed offside. No protest from him. Coming back to Rushford though. What an addition he's been to AC Port of Spain. Younger brother, of course, of Jean-Luc Rushford. Played in 2 Youth World Cups in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, his older brother Jovan Rushford as well, also played at the domestic level. Wow, dance class is in session. Oh, and he's done well, hasn't he? But he has run out of real estate in the end. Did delight everybody though. Christian Maloney. And he's done well to win it back for his team as well. Round 2. Caesar, man from Lambo, Tobago. Oh, it's a good area, and wow, did everything right besides find the space at the side of the keeper.
Once the ball was played into Dominic here, as we look at a bit of skill here. Not sure what you call that move, James.
Machacha.
Machacha mixed with a Macarena. He didn't get very far though, despite the dancing lessons.
Malik Merez. Oh, got risky there for a second. All's well that ends well. Rushford. Oh, this is good from Rushford and AC Port of Spain. And perhaps that's even better. Maestro Mensah showing his immense defensive potential. They did miss him though in the early parts of the campaign. He's been part of his Cunupia team for a number of years, the Ghanaian player. Chose to come to Trinidad and Tobago a number of years ago, and well, he never left. Who leaves when you come to paradise?
I hope it was a footballing decision, because there's a lot of paradise here in Trinidad.
Still no goals after 26 minutes. Not lots of goal mode action in this contest so far. Let's speak about this man though, Maestro Mensah. Did play for Ghanaian two-time champions, Heart of a Lion FC. Before coming to Trinidad and Tobago, he said he just loved Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. And well, Cunupia just love him, don't they?
Well, it certainly wasn't for the beaches of Cunupia, because there's no beach there. I would have to suggest it's for the warmth of the persons in the Cunupia area, making them feel welcome. Could be the doubles as well.
Yeah, everybody comes to the doubles. Steve for everything else. Well, here's Mensah. Looking to send Chevin Cesar on a run. Got quite a bit of a sprint on him, Chevin Cesar. It's well defended in the end by Merez. This is good. Cedil McLean will look to exploit Maloney, who has history in defending. Unangaron from distance, and Berkeley, well, sure he had the class and skill to keep it out, but he certainly is getting a test. Berkeley, so far he's passed with flying colors. Well, communication certainly isn't an issue for the Cunupia defense. Can the execution do the same? Or the fast step one? Can Shea Benny open another door? And Berkeley gets the all-important punch. Douglas. Legal tries to be regal with his passing, and Holder does well to get it away. Oh, Rushford has found a pocket of space and he can't get past the Captain Graham. Well, they have struggled to get in behind the capital team, haven't they, Cunupia? Partly due to that man, Malik Merez, who's been rock steady. What do you think though has been missing offensively for them though?
I think just that final product for AC Port of Spain. They've looked good in the build-up phase. They've been expressive in the middle third. But I think in the final third, whether it be decision-making or execution, just hasn't been there. And when you look back at it, you just can't remember if and when the goalkeeper would have made a save.
Yeah, Holder's been spectator for much of the match.
I mean, it's been textbook saves that he's been able to pull off. Nothing out of the extraordinary. And a lot is because they have not really executed the way that we would expect them to, and I think that's why we're still at 0-0.
Can this man change that? Oh, Berkeley looks solid. Keep calm, everybody. So we've gone past the half-hour mark in this opening Friday evening Ascension fixture between AC Port of Spain and Cunupia FC. Still goalless. Both teams, of course, at the middle of the standings, each on 18 points, with one match day remaining after this. So it's a lot of pride at stake and some bragging rights as well. Here's McLean, he's switched sides. Come across on the right-hand side now. Looking here for Marquette, he could be in, and a good touch and a better touch from Graham, and Berkeley grateful to hold on in the end, but it looked like Marquette could have been away for a second. But what a touch was that from Kadeem Graham.
It's actually good defensive play. It's looking at the body language of Marquette, and he was suggesting at first that he should have had a penalty. As we have another look at it here, James. It's a brilliant ball into the box, top notch. Marquette with a good first touch. I think ball could have settled a bit more. Wasn't much contact there. It's just good recovery by the defender. I think that's the difference really. Didn't allow Marquette to get the shot on goal.
Here's Legal. Knocking. Will the door be opened for them? Not this time. Unangaron. First Trinidad and Tobago player to play in Argentina. He spent some time at Banfield FC. Made his debut for the national senior team in 2021. He's called up by Terry Fennick.
He He's had a solid tournament, James. He's been one of those players that has shown his worth every time he has come on to the stage. And I'm talking in particular when we see him here on a Friday night. And he's certainly been one of the better players in this tournament, and he should be proud of what he's done in this tournament so far.
Certainly is a player very capable on the ball, as you see here. Oh, McLean looking to exploit the space ahead of him. That's a good ball in the air. Doors are open and, well, shut almost instantly by Graham. I think he's one of the underrated players in the tournament, Kadeem Graham. Certainly been one of the better defenders. Held it down well in the absence of Maestro Mensah. And, well, he continues to hold him down. He's wearing the armband today.
And I think if you're looking from a defensive perspective, did a good job. He was beaten, but he leaned into his opponent, which just unsettled Che Benny and didn't allow him to shoot. That's good defending. It's a difficult skill, James, because there's a thin line between that and, of course, giving away a foul, which would mean a penalty kick.
Oh, quite regulation for Regalo Holder. That's an excellent ball from Benny, and it could get Rochford in. Maybe a shot could come here, and Stephen Julian is the one helping out in defensive position. Oh, he's giving it away though. Done too much, and doors could be open again as Wilson is at a handball. Not called, but they're living dangerously. Merez. Anthony Charles.
They're dropping deeper and deeper, James. The Cunupia engagement line. And they've certainly been a lot more productive when they engage. AC POS has been high up the park. Sitting deep has not done well for them.
Here's the man from Lambo, Caesar. Wow, it's lucky. Ball just kept in. Christian Maloney, and easily won back by Eastman. Well, they've gone just a bit flat at the moment, AC Port of Spain. Getting some moments to spark imagination, but hasn't really gone much past that. Nasidil McLean chooses to change the narrative here. Maybe Mockett. Benny! Oh, what a save from Berkeley. Well, he got a test, and well, he's passing in flying colors.
It's a good ball there by Mockett into Benny, onto his less favored right foot. And maybe you would suggest, James, that if it was on his left foot, it may have ended up in the back of the net. But credit Berkeley, strong hands.
Oh, that's good backing up from Legal, who is fouled with an illegal challenge. Well, he's quite expressive, isn't he? Michael Defoe, long-time coach of Cunupia FC. Team, of course, that was founded all the way back in 2008, one of the younger clubs in domestic competition in Trinidad and Tobago. were the 2018 Super League winners. Decided to make a jump into the TD Pro League a year later, but can't say it has been the most successful experiment for the club. Just 2 wins in 17 matches in their maiden Pro League campaign. But certainly a club with pedigree on their day. Maybe Maloney can show some of that here. Well, he'll have to battle for this one, and got back to his feet in the end, Caleb Douglas, to eventually get the danger away. There's a nice fluidity about the 4 attackers from AC Port of Spain. McLean, Rushford, Benny, who is pushing into advanced positions, and of course Josiah Wilson.
Well, he's playing in that number 10 role and has been asked to, of course, break lines and get ahead of his number 9. And they've done well, but you really have to credit Cunupia's rear guard. They've been very sturdy. And that man that just headed the ball has led them well.
Unangaron. Rushford. And had the idea. And that's an example of an idea not coming to reality. Under 5 minutes remaining in the first half of this match. Match that remains goalless. And goal ensures that it remains as is. McLean versus Graham. That many have been successful in getting past him, and well, not this time either. Oh, not sure what he was trying there. The guard is giving it away in a bad area. And if you never believe in second chances, well, just got a reason to. Oh, this is a good ball here. Sean Thomas, and what a save from Berkeley. Well, many eyebrows were raised when he got into the team ahead of Jean-Pierre David. But we can clearly see why at the moment. There's no pushover.
But you just thought when this ball was slipped through here by Benny, that defender Sion Thomas would have had the easiest task. That man Berkeley stayed strong. You have to give him credit. Not only stayed strong, stayed big, made it difficult. He's done well.
Is there to be a goal before the halftime whistle sounds? It's Thomas. Well, a rare poor touch from Punangaron. And doors opening for Trevin Caesar.
Oh, I tell you.
And well, the keeper got much of him. And this time there will be a whistle against Cunupia, or AC Port of Spain for that matter. Well, not only football brings people together, but pain as well.
Well, it's a good pass there by Dominic Douglas. You know, Caesar was always going to be first. That was late. And you may even suggest that he was the last man as well. Because there's one thing I'm sure about: if he got past the goalkeeper, he was in a goal. There was no stopping him.
I think ground conditions might have added to what we saw.
It was a horrible jump of the ball right before Rogello got to it. So that would be his case.
Well, Caesar has an opportunity to paint a beautiful picture. Oh, and that is beautiful indeed from Caleb Douglas. Well, the old Kansas City shuffle, you look one way and it's a trick coming out of the next hat. And it's a trick from Caleb Douglas that gives Cunupia FC a 1-0 advantage over AC Port of Spain.
I'm very sure that the players and staff at Cunupia FC would say this was a training ground routine, but it looked very far from it. Because he didn't look like he was expecting it, but he made up for that by absolutely walloping that ball into the back of the net. Even Che Benny there on the line had no chance. Would you say that was a training ground routine, James?
Well, I'm going to go with whatever they said it was. Of course, they're always going to go on the side of intention rather than luck. No luck, though, in terms of the beauty of it. Beautiful goal. Well, on the other end, maybe another Picasso picture is waiting to be painted. He's got to be careful though. He's got a target on his back.
And the ball was slid across there by Rushford. And Caesar again in the thick of things. Well, it would have denied a goal scoring opportunity, which means it should have been a card. So maybe Caesar would consider himself lucky. He's already on a yellow card.
I think his protest might be that he thinks he might have gotten ball.
Well, it was a foul, and the foul was because it was an infringement that did not allow Che Benny a shot on goal, which can be interpreted as a yellow card. Well, the severity of it, of course, would play.
Oh, we've seen one beauty on one end. Can we have another?
Well, there are two very talented players over this.
Well,
commentators curse.
Well, the opposite of beauty is the beast. Yeah, and that's an ugly attempt from Jean-Paul Rushford.
But to his standards, of course. If you were, of course, James, to pick the two top dead ball specialists in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure those two names would be somewhere in around your top 5.
Yeah, certainly they would come into the conversation. I think Kyle Thomas is going to have his hands up saying, hey, what about me? So we into additional time, which has expired according to my calculations. Maybe just a bit of extra added, and maybe enough time for AC Port of Spain to create a dent. Well defended. Maloney, he wants to have a go. He's taking on Punangaron, and well, the most awkward of passes greets the halftime whistle, and it's a half that has flattered to the sea for AC Port of Spain, but certainly one that will have given Cunupia FC some joy going into the break. Excitement for the team in red, dismay for the team in purple, because at halftime it is Cunupia FC 1, AC Port of Spain 0. We take a break and we come back with first half highlights. Well, it's not Halloween, but we got tricks and we got treats as 45 minutes have gone in the Ascension football Friday night. Cunupia taking a 1-goal advantage against AC Port of Spain. Ascension Dancers introduces the first half highlights. And it's a first half that in the early part belonged to this team, AC Port of Spain, tiki-taka. But they couldn't get past that man, Berkeley. Was up to standard. Best chance perhaps coming to Josiah Wilson. And, well, like Peter, he was denied by the upright. Tried again, this time to Unangaron, but Berkeley is having none of it. From every angle. And this time Mockett stopped by the captain, Kadeem Graham. Sadale McLean combined with Mockett, who combined with Che Benny, and perhaps one of the better chances. But Berkeley, wow, nothing was too hot to handle for him. Che Benny, the no-look pass into Cian Thomas. And how about that for a big save? As Berkeley certainly putting in a man of the match shift. On the opposite end, well, irony, it's a cruel thing. Chavin Cesar, he set it up nicely in the end for Caleb Douglas. And listen to that song that hit the net. Oh, such a beauty. That's a beauty that gives Cunupia a 1-0 advantage over AC Port of Spain. Well, here are the numbers for you. And yeah, it's not usually the numbers associated with the team leading. What happened, Brent Sancho?
Well, as you look at the shots department, 13 of them taken, 10 for AC Port of Spain, 3 for Cunupia FC. 5 of those 10 shots for AC Port of Spain on target, 2 of the 3 Cunupia FC shots on target. 5 fouls altogether, 3 for AC Port of Spain, 2 for Cunupia FC. 1 card in the game and it went to Cunupia FC. 3 offsides, all in the AC Port of Spain department. And of course, the corners and saves department. It has been a busy afternoon. Certainly the numbers don't dictate the scoreline, but Cunupia FC, as the coach Defoe would have said leading into this one, they have fought, they have shown tenacity, and they've shown an appetite. And because of that, they're 1 goal up.
Well, it's a tale of 2 stories. Not those gentlemen I'm talking about. Of course, the game as Cunupia FC, they've been pretty much under the gun for much of the first half, but they are the ones leading.
Well, a lot of it is down to the stout defending of their rear guard, and of course the lack of quality by AC Port of Spain at the execution end, and that's the goal scoring end. They just haven't done a good job, James, of not just putting the ball in the back of the net, but of course making the right decisions. And I think because of that, they found themselves a goal down. Outside of that, the build-up, the play in the middle of the park, the creativity is there, but they would be disappointed with the scoreline.
Looking at the numbers, I think it's fair to say AC Port of Spain had the better of the first half possession, shots as well. What do you think hasn't worked for them? Why haven't they gotten past that?
I think they need to be, especially in the business end, not just expressive, but also, of course, be able to pounce on the opportunities that are presenting themselves. As we look, of course, as Coach Defoe telling his charges, more of the same. I think if they could have a bit more quality in their attacking phase, they will be fine.
Well, certainly lots of quality around the ground as we look back at some quality highlights from last weekend. Week 16, and what an important week in the competition that proved to be, because Terminix Rangers came up against Defence Force, top of the table clash. A win would seal the title for Rangers. Quincy Williams in charge of monumental clash, and lucky behind that man, Sinclair. Crucial in this game. But he couldn't keep out Brent Sam, though, who got on the score sheet early. 7th minute to be precise, and he put Defense Force ahead. But that was Kyle Thomas's cue to execute one of his trademark free kicks, which he got some help, of course. Doesn't matter, it went into the back of the net, 1-1. Second half, and Kadeem Corbin. They don't call him Mr. Dependable for nothing. Always shows up in time of need. Brent Sam tried to be that man, but he found Jabari Sinclair a pest. And then Kyle Thomas scores. Was cut out by Enel. Until this. Yep, Eric Cantona would call this Joga Bonito. And well, I'm not sure it's a golden ball in this competition, but it's certainly one of the best goals of the competition. And a crucial one, kept them waiting, Terminex Rangers, to be crowned. Although, realistically, no team could overtake them. At the Arima Velodrome, though, Maruga, they were busy as they took on Central Soccer World. Haven't won a match in the competition to date until this man, Rayon King Allen. Well, he found the net early. Maybe hope of a first 3 points for the team from Deep South. And that hope and prayer would combine to give Ronaldo Edwards a second in the 61st minute. And things are looking as bright as their uniform for Maruga. Central Soccer World, of course, they intended to be party poopers, and Leroy Wiley cut the deficit in half, made it 2-1. But then they were praying bunch, and Kervell Turner started the competition as a goalkeeper, ended as a crucial goal scorer. He gave them a 3-1 advantage, and that would take them to their first 3 points, 3-1 winners over Central Soccer World. Westford came up against Cunupia FC, both teams languishing in the lower regions until Trevin Caesar had enough and he took his team ahead of the boys from West Trinidad. Karen Cummings always involved in everything good for Westport, and when deflected ball fell to Josima Belgrave, he made it 1 apiece. How would this game end? Well, Caesar showing his quality, former Trinidad and Tobago international, getting a second, and that gave Cunupia FC a 2-1 advantage. And then they would pretty much seal the game. Hailey Farrell in the 82nd minute. Wow, Mr. Cool dancing, and no smiles though from the opposing coach Ron Lafferay. That match finished 3-1. Then the crucial game, Police, the only team within range of Terminex Rangers. They could be level, still had a 20-point deficit to make up, and it didn't help. That point Fortin created the early chances. Police tried to keep themselves alive, but they just couldn't hit the target. Point Fortin though had better chances, but that's a good save though. Jem Gordon has been reliable all season, not that time, and at 90 minutes the points evaporating, essentially giving the title to Terminex Rangers. Well, that's the reason why he's here, to start the party later on. 45 more minutes to play. We take a break and come back.
F4. 1, 2. F4. F4.
We're back and it's time for action here at the Locator Recreation Ground. AC Port of Spain up against Cunupia FC. And it's a team from Central holding a 1-goal advantage that they will hope to change when that man, McPhee, blows his whistle to commence the action here in East Trinidad.
Let him go.
And there we go, all to play for in this 45 minutes. Of course, both teams tied on points, 18 points to be precise. And at the moment, it's Cunupia FC looking to pull away in the final stages of this competition. Just one match day to play after this. So 5th place on the table. Still some distance behind the 4th place Deportivo Fortin, who will come up against the unbeaten league leaders, Timanex Rangers, later on. Well, here's the goal scorer. Tried to get Legal on his way, but that was unsuccessful. Perez, Sidil McLean, chopped in nicely for him. He's got Wilson ahead. Oh, Kadeem Graham, he's omnipresent. Seems to be everywhere there's danger. Coming to the rescue of Cunupia yet again. Unangaron. They need some urgency. They trail at the moment. Sean Thomas. And it's through. Loney. It's pretty busy for the team in red. It's done well to get them out of pressure. That was short-lived though.
And that was meaty. Full action tackle there. No room for error. Eventually getting the ball. Bit of the man as well there by Green. Like to see them challenges, I do personally.
Yeah, there's a big smile on your face every time one of those come in.
Well, it's a difference when it's mistimed. That's when I put my head in my hands. Because I could go anywhere. Limb and ball.
It's beautiful or ugly, depending on the side of the fence that you sit on.
Well, there have been some question marks coming into this one, James, about motivation of the players. The tempo is not at the level that we would have expected when you listen to the coaches speak about this game, because there is a lot to play for still. As you mentioned, both teams tied on 18 points. Their players, in particular Che Benny, still chasing goal scoring, leading goal scorer, or goal and boot winner, well, from a scoring perspective, or the scoring winner, still to play for. And of course, with Trinidad and Tobago still having national team games at stake, some of these players would think they're well within their right to knock on the door of Coach Angassi. So if there was ever a speech for motivation, that was it.
Well, Les Brown, you've just lost your work to Brent Sancho.
Absolutely right, though.
Lots to play for. The winner might have been decided, but still much to be decided for the end of the Ascension tournament. Eastman. Hanger on. Put in a solid shift so far this evening. And he's touched by Sadil McLean, who is in some traffic. Huh. Good driver though.
I tell you that was naughty. I'm surprised he's even questioning the call. Mensah. Straight out of the Ghanaian book of Black Ox. Very, very naughty tackle there.
Well, Benny can make them pay. Yeah, no, just couldn't find the right angle to cause trouble. But maybe here, trouble could be created. The flag might go up, it remains down, and well, it comes up as soon as I said that. So late flag, late whistle. Ends the joy for Cunupia. Rushford. Does he need help? Well, couldn't find it either way. Maloney. Still a bit sloppy. Looking for McLean, and well, a bit late, but better late than never from Berkeley. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. Will he be made to pay? Oh, he's lost his footing, hasn't he? Ah, legal. Lost his opportunity to put the lead further ahead.
Was a chance.
Needs better tires.
We've seen him a couple of occasions throughout the first 45 minutes, slipping and sliding. But that's a chance. Just needed a bit more composure there. But AC Port of Spain's living a bit dangerously.
Kareem Eastman certainly isn't happy that Chibeni chose not to exercise the option of finding him out wide. Mockett. Wilson hasn't been very effective today, and won't be effective for some time to come. It's been pretty disappointing from Josiah Wilson this evening. He's a player with immense potential. That man certainly knows that. They haven't found ways to get him into dangerous positions to really hurt Cunupia.
I know we've talked a lot about the potential of the AC Port of Spain midfield and of course attacker Wilson, but at some point we're going to have to give credit to Cunupia and what they've done. Resolute, strong, at times they've rode their luck. That's what football is all about.
Well, I'm not sure even he knows what happened there, but it's a chance being created on the opposite end. Not taken in the first instance by Chevin Caesar and company. They They get a good service in. Holder can't hold it, but he escapes punishment. And maybe now the break is on the opposite end. Here's Wilson, 1v1. And wow.
That's brilliant. That is outstanding defending.
Not many people have gotten past him.
No, they haven't this afternoon. And what he's done well and made up for pace is his body positioning and the way, of course, he leans into attackers. And if any young defenders is watching, to make up for your pace, that's what you do. Your position has to be spot on, and of course when you are to exert that pressure on your opponent is also an important component, because as I said earlier, there's a thin line between that and a penalty kick, and that was done to almost perfection. He has single-handedly thwarted every attack that has come his way so far.
Well, his attackers who pay him on the opposite end. Well, giveaway could cause that. No whistle. And belatedly, the flag does go up.
Just feel like AC POS Spain has another gear, James, as Cesar continues his dialogue with McPhee, an ongoing conversation, I would say, with varying parts. But at some point they're gonna have to get into that gear. They haven't, and I think that's why they're still at 1-0.
And yep, that's not the kind of service that you're gonna tip. Certainly was in with a chance and just lacked quality service. Maybe now, Jay Benny, and wow.
That man again.
Omniscient.
I know our producers normally chirp into our ears late on in the game about the man of the match. They may have to save their breath, because the decision has been made. And it's early doors still.
Oh, that's well defended. Maloney. Can they seal it here? Dominic Douglas. Perez is beaten. And here's Legal. Wow, they're pussyfooting as my grandmother would say. Oh, that's a good save, or is it? Whoa, goodness me. What a save that is. Well, he had to juggle, but he did well in the end.
Well, there's some complaints here on the Cunupia bench that that ball went over the line. I tell you what, I don't know how this stayed out. Ball plays across to the guy. He took his time. Back to Douglas. He hesitated. And the ball eventually scrambled away. They've had their chances to cement this one. And Cunupia, it just seemed like they liked the tension.
Well, you'd have to perhaps do it again. And this time a deflection. Gives a corner. Although the appeals from Cunupia players is that they wanted something more. But what a save that was. Potential Sportsmax app moment, I can tell you that for sure. Can they get out of their own third AC POS Spain? He continues despite the numerical disadvantage. Well, finally, he's back on his feet. Sean Green. Or can he conjure up something to help his team? It's been denied on more than one occasion, Che Benny. If anybody can, he can.
I don't think their issue is capability. I think it really comes down to the tempo that they're playing at. You're gonna have to do a better job of moving around the defenders in red shirts. They're very comfortable in the way they are right now. And the only way, of course, is to be a bit more explosive in their approach. It's been creative, but it's been pedestrian.
Just about an hour played. The team from Central Trinidad lead by 1-0. At the moment, it seems that they will continue to hold on to that advantage quite comfortably. Remember, the winner of this match will move into the 5th position. Both teams tied in points. AC Port of Spain just ahead of Cunupia. Oh, here's a ball for Josiah Wilson to chase. God, he wasn't successful with the dribble, but he does get some help from the referee. Unangron wants movement ahead of him. This could be anybody's ball. Che Benny takes control. Here's Legal. Wants options and he can't find any. Legal. Jean-Paul Rochford went in search of McLean. He finds Wilson. Here's McLean now though. On his left, deflected, and he's found a way to get an equalizer. Well, Lady Luck has not left the venue, and it has instead found a willing candidate in Cedale McLean, who gets the equalizer for AC Port of Spain, and after 62 minutes, it's 1-1.
Well, this was all about the venom in the shot. Rare mistake there. Ball eventually finds itself out to McLean. Bit too much room there by the defender. Allowed his man to shoot. Power and a bit of fortune. Ball into the back of the net. Game on.
Well, many times they've called upon his service to bail them out of sticky situations, and yet again Cedale McLean delivers for AC Port of Spain. It's goal number 7 for him. Just 1 goal behind the team's leading scorer, Che Benny. Can Maloney respond? But he doesn't find a willing partner. And here comes that man, Che Benny. And McLean looking for a second here. Going into traffic. And Graham solved the problem temporarily. Can Market create another one? Benny can hit from this distance. Unangaron. Rushford. Oh. Wonder if you believe in telepathy, but they're just connecting and finding each other subliminally. some momentum happening here now. The Graham, where hasn't he been? Certainly got a radar for defending Kadeem Graham. Maybe now, McLean! Oh, what a goal from Sadale McLean. Well, there was a vacancy for a hero, and he's passed that interview with flying colors as the capital team are firmly in control now. 2-1, thanks to that man, Sadale McLean.
Ball eventually trickles across to that man McLean. Already served warning with his first goal and the venom he possesses. And he does it again. Same man, same time, same result. Into the back of the net, 2-1. The comeback is on the cards, was on the cards, and is now part of the cards. It's good effort by that man. Good finish. Difficult angle. We talked a lot about how well the goalkeeper's done today, Stephen Berkeley. But he had no chance with that one. Well struck. Now, what does Cunupia do next? They had chances, James, Cunupia. That's what this sport is about. If you don't take your chances, 9 times out of 10, you're punished. And Cunupia FC has been punished. Got to feel sorry for them.
Well, they've called for reinforcements, and they found 2 willing candidates in Kwesi Allen and Josiah Daniel. They will come in for Cunupia FC. The man being replaced was the attacker, Dominic Douglas. And on the opposite end of the field, they've also made a shuffle with Cian Thomas coming off. You'll get confirmation on your screen in just a minute of the numerous changes that has been made. Well, the most major change though is that to the scoreline. Less than 5 minutes ago, Cunupia were leading 1-0.
And they had a brilliant chance to make it 2.
Maybe more. But this time,
when you look at it, and James, and give it some context, the chances that Cunupia had, they really should have been home and dry. Instead, they weren't clinical and they muffed the opportunity. It's the sport. That's what football is all about. You have to take your chances. They didn't. Can't fault them for a lot, but as they say, goals win matches. That's a confirmation of the changes. Thomas out and Edwards in, and for Cunupia, Douglas out and Daniel in. Of course, Legal out and Allen in. A sign of offensive changes, James. Sign of things to come, maybe, for Cunupia.
certainly looks that way. Some men who have gotten on the score sheet for them in the past. Rely on them again to do much of the same. They need goals. Sir Daniel does have some height, and well, I reckon that they will be trying to use that to the advantage. Eastman and Merez, not tallest of defenders, but that man, the big number 9, he certainly is. He's a beanstalk. has to be quick and eventually clears the danger. Here's Daniel, his first touch. Oh, wrestling match type challenge from Dominic Douglas, Christian Maloney rather. He doesn't appreciate it, although he does wear a big smile on his face. Is there some magic in the right boots of Maloney? Oh, Caesar, it's nonchalantly given away. And here goes Wilson. So his teammate McLean got on the score sheet earlier. Rushford. Always difficult running through the rough. And flag stays down here as the substitute Kwesi Allen is away. Can't pass Merez. I thought for a moment that the flag might have gone up, but it stayed down as Kwesi Allen got in behind.
Yeah, I felt the same way as well. I thought he took off a bit early, but eventually came to naught. They're still in this one, Cunupia, that's for sure.
Can he find a red shirt? Oh, need better service than that. Well, seen those type of challenges in kung fu movies. Football matches though, they're frowned upon.
I was trying to figure out why he made that challenge. He is easily the tallest guy in the field, so leading with his head would have seemed to be the easier way. Maybe he just wanted to announce his arrival into the football game.
Oh, he is tricky. Chicked himself that time though, Rushford. He's been sent to do a job. That's the man who sent him. Can they find some joy? Well, first he's got to beat his man, then it's not something he found easy to do. Rolf Felix with the heavy challenge on Rushford. Oh, here's Stephen Julian. Oh, fancy feet for a defender. And good hands by the goalkeeper, Regalia Holder.
I'm just amazed at that phase of play that despite having ample opportunity to put the ball in the box with two big guys in there, Cunupia just haven't. Well, they haven't. And you would suggest with the type of presence they now have, that should be the play that they're looking at.
Oh, so this guy's out wide now. That's certainly what my tallest player inside the area. Just over 15 minutes to figure it out. Cunupia trail by 2-1. Not the smoothest of attempts that he's made. After a big 3-minute adrenaline boost, it's back to normal at the moment as his team has been taken out of the game. Firmly in control, AC Port of Spain tend to hold on to possession as long as they can. That's not going to help. Well, bigger body challenge. And, well, Quincy Allen complaining, and for his complaints, well, how about that? He gets a collar that matches his jersey. It's a tough decision. From my vantage point, can't quite tell exactly why the need for such extreme measures, but he's got to walk. He's only just come on a few minutes earlier as a substitute, and wow, what an exit.
Well, a probing ball into the box here, and Allen would have felt he was impeded there, and I think he does have a case. But what was said afterwards, I think it's really between him and McPhee, and certainly McPhee wasn't too happy about what was said. Just can't picture what in this day and age, James, a player can say to get straight red. I don't want our viewers to think aloud, but just have to wonder.
Wow. Certainly change the complexion of the match. Wilson can change it even further, maybe. That's a great challenge again by Kadeem Graham. He's asking for help. He's bailed them out on more occasions than you can count. And he's asking where the rest of the defenders. So, more changes. And it's Chavonez Hamilton who will replace the double goal scorer, Cedale McLean. What a night he's had, 2 goals. And it is the goals that have his team in the winning position at the moment. Big shoes to fill for that man, and that Hamilton.
You just have to wonder from a Cunupia FC perspective, how did they get themselves back into this one? And a lot of the damage that has been done was really self-inflicted, both from the missed opportunities and of course the red card.
Well, they're finding more space now. And here's the substitute. It's well defended. And wow, that's a close call, isn't it? Hamilton almost got his name on the score sheet. What an introduction that would have been. Just over 10 minutes remaining, and at the moment, advantage AC Port of Spain. Currently in 5th position. A win for them would put them 3 points ahead of Cunupia FC, who are tied similar amount of points. Merez, Eastman, oh that's good, Jay Benny needs new ankles now. Chubbin Caesar, can he open up some space here for Rushford? No real urgency to go forward. AC Port of Spain. It's more about game management at the moment. Well, needs to manage to keep it together though. Merez gets a stay of death from his teammates for that errant pass. Looking for Rushford. Good defending. Intercepted by Eastman, who goes to ground. No whistle. Oh, belated one. Tell you he's not lunging at the moment. That's pain. And there's a happy moment, also known as our Sports Max app moment. And it came from this Sedale McLean. Must have been good at Pythagoras theorem because he's found the right angle. And that is our Sports Max app moment. That's gonna hurt. Nothing good old ice can't repair. How well do you think he's done, Walt Noriga?
Well, he must have said something very good at halftime. They were 1-0 down. It's always a challenge, really, when you have so many impressive attacking players. As I said throughout this broadcast, is keeping the balance, and he's done that well. And the display, really, James, is it's been a good one in phases of the game, certainly in parts of the field. I think even he would admit that the execution at the end is why it's only 2-1.
Hey, don't forget, coming up after this, we've got the league champions, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. They're going to be coming up against Deportivo Fortin. Still with a chance to push up perhaps into the second spot. They need a win to do that. They're on 31 points at the moment. 4 points behind Defense Force, who are second, and 3 points behind third place Police. Some next Rangers, of course, unbeaten. They're going to aim to keep that in check. Here's Eastman. Can they add some added insurance? Oh, Market might need some insurance for that collision. More changes. Let's get a Brewster. Looks set to come in for Cunupia FC. So too Jerry Morris. One last roll of the dice, you feel, from Coach Michael Defoe. So Brewster will replace Chavin Cesar. And the Cunupia goal scorer, Caleb Douglas, has just come off. And he has been replaced by Jerry Morris. That's good from T. Benny. Oh, can't be stopped, can he? A chance. Got past the goalkeeper. Time to finish. It's not gonna finish because in the end Maloney was wearing a cape and he came to the rescue. Wow, that certainly would have put the nail in the coffin for AC Port of Spain. Wow, that's a bad area to lose possession when you're trying to manage the game. Maloney's lost it himself. Worked really hard, hasn't he, Maloney?
Yeah, he's been positive. He's put in a good shift. Now, that could be said for a lot of players in the red top. But you have to think back to the chances that they had in the second half. How they didn't go 2 goals up. Still, I'm not sure. They were glaring opportunities, James, not just gilt-edged chances.
Well, we are inside the final 2 minutes of the match. AC Port of Spain lead by 2 goals to 1. And they would look to secure the advantage with the addition of Jabari Raphael. And he will replace Josiah Wilson. So straight swap forward. Coming on for another forward. Well, how amazing it would be if he could get a goal from his first touch. It's got a glorious opportunity here. Shaquille Edwards has been tasked with the throw. Rashford. And well, it's back with Cunupia. They've got 30 seconds and whatever is added to make something happen. It's now or never, you feel. Can they get one final chance to get an equalizer? Maybe here! Wow. Solid as a rock. Regularly a holder. Oh, they'll get 3 more minutes. Certainly lots of time to find something. AC Port of Spain, they lead by 2-1, but it's certainly not a closed game at the moment. Oh, well, it's lucky. Chance could open up here, and Ollie dialed long distance and couldn't connect. Was with a shot though from Jerry Morris. Yeah, he wants the game to go on. Doesn't want any bit of time to be wasted. Well, can be done and dusted here. That's a brilliant save, but he can't stop it on the second attempt. And, well, that's it. The stares on the face of Cunupia FC tell you the big picture as they feel defeated because Jabari Raphael, the substitute, has gotten the insurance they were looking for. 3-1 AC Port of Spain.
Well, they were thin at the back, which allowed Jabari Raphael the opportunity. Good save initially there by Stefan Berkeley, but in the second asking was in the back of the net. Again, James, Cunupia only have themselves to blame, really. They had the chances.
Well, there's another one. And nope, that's not the final whistle. Still got just about 10 seconds of borrowed time remaining. Don't forget, Cunupia FC are playing a man down. Quincy Allen sent off in the second half. Another chance, Shea Benny maybe. Oh, that's good. Made his man disappear. Wow. He was brilliant in the first instance, and well, he showed the exact opposite this time around. Could have gotten 2 goals in the few minutes he's gotten on, Jabari Raphael.
Well, with a man down and throwing numbers forward, they've left themselves very short at the back. That, of course, has led to the chances here at the end of the game. I think the game was won once that red card was assigned to the Cunupia.
PC Allen.
Number 12, Allen.
Oh, that is the writing on the wall. As one team rose, as another, well, they fell. And a match certainly with lots up for grab for both these teams. Both starting the competition on 18 points. And the win would cement AC Port of Spain's position in 5th place in the competition. Cunupia FC, they've got to try again. One match week remaining and they would feel hard done by the number of chances that they created. In the end, much ado about nothing. The AC Port of Spain have come away 3-1 winners over Cunupia FC. Let's look back at how the action unfolded for the past 90 minutes. Both teams, as mentioned, coming in tied on 18 points. AC Port of Spain just ahead on goal difference. And well, that showed in the early exchanges. Tiki-taka football. And Sadale McLean and Rutchford are getting the attempt early. Ball saved by Berkeley. Then Wilson carved the door open, but denied by the upright. And then later Punangaron forcing a big palm push from goalkeeper Holder. Mocket had his chances, but Kadeem Graham was very astute defensively. And then McLean and Mocket combined to put in Che Benny. But again, Berkeley was hard to beat. He's having none of it. More Benny. The no-look pass inside to Sion Thomas, and he should have perhaps scored, but Berkeley was certainly in charge of his area. And on the opposite end, Caesar chipped up by the goalkeeper, and then making it count with a cheeky pass and finished by Caleb Douglas. Beautiful goal indeed, and it gave Cunupia the advantage. 1-0 in the first half. That advantage with the whole for all of the first half. But yeah, more chances. Playing footsie. And look at this save from Regalia Holder. Perhaps the save of the match. And that missed chances would come back to hurt them because Dale McLean rinsed his man out like dirty clothes, and then a deflected drive getting past Berkeley, and that was the equalizer. Nothing he could do there. Berkeley to keep it out. And then Rochford finding McLean again. It's not 90 degrees, but that's a right angle. And a powerful finish to put them 2-1 ahead. From there, it was all downhill because the substitute, Jabari Raphael, would use his second chance wisely and got the decisive insurance. 3-1 to AC Port of Spain over Cunupia. Well, the numbers tell part of the picture. 19 shots to 9 from AC Port of Spain. 10 shots on target to Cunupia 6. On falls were pretty even. Big boys at play. And then pretty much even after that. But the most important number, the one that matters, AC Port of Spain taking the 3-1 win over Cunupia FC. And Brent Sancho is standing by with the man Sidil McLean, who made it happen.
I'm now joined by man of the match, Sidil McLean. 2 powerful strikes, 2 good goals. Talk us through your goals.
Well, the first goal, my coach always telling me to get the ball on target as my weaker foot, so I tried to get it as powerful as I can, and I took a deflection and I was at the back of the net.
Well, of course, that was the first goal. And then a similar type of opportunity presented itself for the second goal. something similar in
Yeah,
approach?
something similar. Actually, I was going to finesse last post with my right foot, but then I decided I will go with my left foot and give it as much power as possible, get my head over the ball, and just strike it as hard as possible.
Well, of course, 2 good strikes, 2 good finishes, 3 important points as well. 1-0 down at the half. Something said in the locker room?
Yeah, in the locker room, the coaches are kind of harsh on us because they know the quality we have within the locker room with the national players such as Mockett and John Paul and they. So he just told us to go out there and lift our quality, lift our game, and we'll get the result.
Well, you certainly did reach your quality, and of course, you got the result. Congratulations, Sadil McLean, our man of the match. Thank you very much, and good win.
Thank you.
Of course, Sadil McLean, our man of the match. 2 powerful left-footed attempts. Eventually finding the back of the net. Good finish there by the young man. And more importantly for him and his team, all 3 points. I am now joined by the coach of Cunupia FC. 1-0 up of the half, 2-1 at the end of the game. Disappointing result?
Yes. Everybody can win and everybody can lose, but everybody could draw. But you would have seen the game. I felt the refereeing or the officiating was substandard.
Well, of course, a disappointing result. Good first half. Second half, things didn't go your way. Outside of the officiating, now in the playing department, what went wrong for Cunupia FC?
Firstly, I want to say it can't be outside of the officiating. But having said that, I will say what went wrong is that we weren't able to capitalize on our opportunities that took place in the first 15 minutes of the game. If we had, then, we don't know what would have happened then.
Well, you talked about the midfield battle coming into this one. Did you felt your Chargers in the middle of the park did a good job in keeping their midfield 3 quiet?
They did a reasonably good job. It could have been better on a different day, on a different surface, with different officiating.
Well, of course, a disappointing Coach Defoe. Thank you very much. And, of course, all the best to you and your team in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot.
Coach Defoe, of course, lamenting on the officiating and as well, of course, the missed chances that they would have had during the game. Of course, football matches are won with goals, and they certainly had their chances and they weren't able to do it. I'm now joined by the winning coach, Coach Walt Noriega. 1-0 down in the half, eventually turned things around. We were told something was said in the locker room. Care to share?
I was a bit disappointed with the boys. I told them that they was laying themselves down with the performance in the first half. They was played like they will win it at any time, but football don't play so.
Well, we talked a little bit about the motivation coming into this one. Do you think that crept in a little bit of lack of motivation?
Yeah, I think they take it for granted. They thought that anytime they would have win this game, and was stern with them at the half, and the second half they showed a much better performance.
Well, you talked about the performance. What in particular in the second half performance that you like?
The intensity. I think we raised the intensity. It was a little more aggressive, and it showed that we wanted to win the game in the second half.
Well, of course, Coach, congratulations on all 3 points and all the best to you and your team in the rest of this competition.
Thanks, Brent.
Victorious Coach Walt Noriega, of course, eventually coming out 2-1 winners in this one. And when we get back, we take a look at Campari Player of the Week as well as the rest of the broadcast.
Tell me where. Right. Coach, come now. Alright, take a half step in. Alright, you know the deal? Yeah. Oh man. Take another half step in for a minute. Just for, yeah, man. I'm gonna raise this slightly. Again? Yeah, man. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Coach, undefeated Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, difficult proposition.
Yeah, well, we know Rangers is the top team winning the tournament, everything. Congrats to them. And we expect them to be professional and continue to fight hard because, I mean, they already achieved one goal, they won the tournament. And I think they will want to go unbeaten. So I think they will come out hard as usual and give us a good game.
Is there enough motivation in your locker room to go out and get 3 points today?
Yeah. I mean, we still have positions to play for, you know. So we have the added incentive of the Caribbean Ascension League. So we have motivation.
Of course, as you go into this encounter, what are the keys to the game for Deportivo Fortin?
Well, we have to start off early. What we want to do is start off early and make sure we play our game and control all what we can control, and that's how we play our style. We cannot afford to let Rangers dictate how we play. So we intend to try to maintain our game as much as possible.
Well, Coach Salvan, all the best to you and your team in tonight's fixture.
Okay, thanks, man. Huh?
I'm joined by Mr. Ferguson, the brainchild behind Ascension tournament, and of course, the man behind Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Champions, finally, congratulations, well deserved.
Well, I think the team has worked hard. We normally train about 24 hours a week, 3 times a week, 8 hours a day. So they have worked very, very hard. And I think the squad is also a deep one. It's not it's about 30 players deep. And they have worked very hard. So I think they deserve it. I think the coaching staff and so on has really helped. You know, Dave Kwameda has been tactically very, very good. Anthony Marcano has brought a specific technical aspect to the coaching staff, and of course Leslie Russell is that motivation as well in the locker room. So they have done well.
Well, you've already won the tournament, a big fixture here tonight against Deportivo Fortin. Is there motivation? Is there a drive, that thrust to continue on being undefeated in this tournament?
Well, it's very, very. They are very motivated. You know, I left the locker room a few minutes ago. And you know, they still have a lot of stuff to play for. One is the fact that they want to reach the most goals, right? So Atula, Guerra, and Corbin, you know, they want to reach that, so they're striving. They still have the most valuable player to play for, as well as the fact they want to remain undefeated.
Well, of course, Coach Ferguson, Head Ferguson, the man in charge, Mr. Ferguson, all the best to you and your team in tonight's fixture.
Great, thanks a lot, Brent.
Well, the stage is lit and the champions are set to take that stage as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers come up against Deportivo Fortin here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, the home of the champions. Welcome everybody. This is the Ascension Tournament match, week 17, the penultimate week in the competition, and one that already has a champion that will be crowned tonight. Well, just a few minutes ago, the anthem, "We Are the Champions," rung out around the ground, and well, they would hope to continue in an unbeaten vein. We are the only unbeaten team in the competition, the home team Terminix Rangers. Lots to play for them. For their challengers from Deep South Deportivo Fortin, well, second place certainly within their view, just 4 points away from second with 2 match days remaining, and they will be hoping to do what no team has done so far in the competition and beat the guys in red. Hello everybody, my name is James Saunders, and joining me in commentary this evening is former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup defender Brent Sancho, who had a chance to speak to some of the coaches earlier.
Coach, undefeated Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, difficult proposition?
Yeah, well, we know Rangers is the top team within the tournament, everything. Congrats to them. And we expect them to be professional and continue to fight hard because, I mean, they already achieved 1 goal, they won the tournament. And I think they will want to go unbeaten. So I think they will come out hard as usual and give us a good game.
Is there enough motivation in your locker room to go out and get 3 points today?
Yeah. I mean, we still have positions to play for, you know. So we had the added incentive of the Caribbean Ascension League. So we have motivation.
Of course, as you go into this encounter, what are the keys to the game for Deportivo Fortin?
Well, we have to start off early. What we want to do is start off early and make sure we play our game and control all what we can control, and that's how we play our style. We cannot afford to let Rangers dictate how we play. So we intend to try to maintain our game as much as possible.
Well, Coach Salvan, all the best to you and your team in tonight's fixture.
Okay, thanks, man.
Tournament, and of course the man behind Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, champions finally. Congratulations, well deserved.
Well, I think the team has worked hard. We normally train about 24 hours a week, 3 times a week, 8 hours a day. So they have worked very, very hard. And I think the squad is also a deep one. It's not it's about 30 players deep, and they have worked very hard. So I think they deserve it. I think the coaching staff and so on has really helped. You know, Dave Kwameda has been tactically very, very good. Anthony Marcano has brought a specific technical aspect to the coaching staff. And of course, Leslie Russell is that motivation as well in the locker room. So they have done well.
Well, you've already won the tournament. A big fixture here tonight against Deportivo Fortin. Is there motivation? Is there a drive, that thrust to continue on being undefeated in this tournament?
Well, it's very, very. They are very motivated. You know, I left the locker room a few minutes ago, and you know, they still have a lot of stuff to play for. One is the fact that they want to reach the most goals, right? So Atula, Guerra, and Corbin, you know, they want to reach that, so they're striving. They still have the most valuable player to play for, as well as the fact they want to remain undefeated.
Well, of course, Coach Ferguson, Head Ferguson, the man in charge, Mr. Ferguson, all the best to you and your team in tonight's fixture.
Great, thanks a lot, Brent.
What we heard from the Masters, lots of motivation to play for. Let's look at the cast really quickly. It's Deportivo Fortin. They've got a full cast led by Marvin Phillip at the back, Andre Etienne. On top, Omri Baird, Jordan Riley would lead the attack together with Nathaniel Garcia, while on the bench, Houghton Hector will come off. For Terminix Rangers, well, much of the same for them. Ikem Andrews gets a start this evening, recovering from a hamstring injury, while Kyle Thomas and Real Gill is in the starting lineup together with Atula Guerra and Kadeem Corbin, who will be looking for the most goals. So it is all set and ready, and it is time for action. 4th place, Deportivo Fortin against Terminix Rangers. Well, I don't know about you, but we certainly expect an exciting matchup this evening. Two teams who have dazzled in the competition. At the moment, however, one have already been crowned the champions. The other aiming to be runners-up. Of course, they've still got to get past Defense Force and Police. And get past Marvin Phillips. Already, intentions have been shared. Good evening to all of our viewers. Locked on across the Caribbean on Sportsmax. At Scene TV in North America. And of course, CCN TV6 right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, Jordan Riley. Early answer back. Now, what a match we've had. We've barely had a minute and a half. Alvin Sancho is alongside me, former TNT International and World Cup player. What are the keys to this match? What is the motivation for Deportivo coming up against the already crowned champions Rangers?
Well, there must be a feeling within the changing room at Deportivo Point Fortin that they can be the team to obviously spoil the page of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, undefeated so far in this tournament. And if there's any team that can change that narrative, it's Deportivo Point Fortin. Certainly from a Rangers point of view, we heard from their chief in command, Mr. Richard Ferguson, about, of course, what they still have to play for. And he listed at least 3 or 4. So motivation is there for both teams. It's a really interesting game tactically, and I think more importantly in terms of the talent that's on the field as well. It's a rare assortment of talent in the various departments. So I do expect a very intriguing encounter, and we've already seen that, and we've not been 5 minutes in yet.
Here's Kadeem Corbin, competition's 3rd highest scorer, Terminex Rangers' 2nd highest scorer. Getting to the top of that pile certainly might be at the top of his mind and priority this evening. Of course, the Golden Boot race, it's wide open at the moment. Brent Sam of the Defense Force, he sits at the top, 15 goals. Tula Guerra, 3 goals behind him in second. And they've got Jamil Boatswain and Kadeem Corbin. All of which have 2 remaining match days to best each other. Wow. Little, but he's a rough boy, Isaiah Garcia. Jamal Crichton. Daniel David. Here's Ikem Andrews, showing no signs of the hamstring troubles that plagued him all tournament. Here's Guerra. Andre Etienne cleans up the spill. And Jordan Riley will go a foot race with Emmanuel Thomas. Oh, what a challenge that was from Thomas. Don't be fooled by his size. Become more rugged in small packages these days.
That's going to be an interesting battle, James. Riley with his pace and his craft and his 1v1 ability, and of course Emmanuel with his doggedness and his ruggedness as well. Explosive little package, that's for sure.
And Nathaniel Garcia, open doors. Well, he certainly flew over the door that time. Need much more from him, the elder brother of national players, Levi and Judah Garcia. He's been a real addition to this Deportivo team. Contributed 4 goals from midfield, including perhaps the free kick of the tournament. Hopefully we can get to look back at some of those by the final match day. Speaking of goals, we've certainly seen some really beautiful goals in this tournament.
Yeah, well struck, well timed, and of course well executed goals we've seen. Class moments. And as we look at this Deportivo team, James, a team that came into this tournament, certainly fitness was a concern when it first started, and as the tournament progressed, they became one of the more feared teams in the tournament. And you have to think, if they had started the tournament with the fitness levels that they would have needed to start with, they may have been challenging for the title.
Isaiah Hudson. That's good footwork. Omri Bed. Garcia. Oh, it's a heavy challenge. And look to the referee, Jackie McDonald, for some help.
Well, I'm not sure what he was looking for, but it's a clear free kick as you would ever see. It wasn't only just late, it was high and it was dangerous.
Also, that ends well. Garcia stands guard up this one. Oh, goodness me! Tell you what, that had more movement than a Colombian belly dancer. St. Hilaire was up to the task to deal with it.
Well, I'm sure St. Hilaire has been to Colombia because he was able to track that movement.
Oh, has he been to Carnival?
And I wondered if he was going to go direct to goal. There's the answer. Look at the movement and that. St. Hilaire getting his body behind it and eventually strong hands behind it as well.
Riley couldn't find Garcia. Well, that came out of nothing, Brent Sancho. Looked innocuous at best.
And powerful. Worse. For the viewer's sake, it may look like a straightforward save, but it was nothing but.
Gotta give credit to St. Hilaire as well. Kept his eyes on it all the way.
And he kept his body behind it, most importantly. We've seen those squirm on the goalkeepers before. Didn't allow that.
Can Hudson create some problems for the home team? Well, Chico's effort is wayward. Well, they've been under assault and they've started an attack of their own this time. Kiera finding Marvin Phillip. Difficult opponent to beat. Of course, both know each other from Trinidad and Tobago's senior national team. Spent several years playing together. Well, this could be interesting. I'm Thomas, oh, clever. Isaiah Garcia, however, he's no pushover. How about Emmanuel Thomas? Did get past him, Jordan Riley. Couldn't get past Leslie Russell. Andre Etienne. Jordan Riley. Daniel Garcia's gotten in behind Thomas. And this time he needed it to swerve the other direction. Didn't have to move like Jagger this time. Did find space though.
Well, he found space, and if there was anyone on that pitch in a Deportivo shirt that you'd want in that position, was that man. And he just couldn't find the net. The idea was there. Just felt from an execution standpoint that was the man to make it happen, and he didn't. It's a good ball.
What about Corbin? Always the man for the job. He's the man you call when you want the job done. They call him the handyman. They call him Kadeem Corbin. And they call that goal number 10.
Well, when this ball was delivered in the box, the Deportivo Point Fortin defenders were asleep. But that man there in your picture, Kadeem Corbin, he was well awake. And what an emphatic finish there by Kadeem Corbin. Top finish by a marksman that's in form.
Goal number 11 for Kadeem Corbin in the competition. Got the inches closer. Goal number 11 in the 12th minute. How special would it have been in the 11th minute?
Well, he could still use it as a playway mark tomorrow.
I don't know much about those, but I can tell you that he's certainly done enough to win the jackpot for Rangers all season. That form of his in front of goal. Well, that man has been special, but the man behind him, Kadeem Corbin, how good has he been in this tournament?
Well, we talked about the results that Terminix and Rangers have had, and how many times, James, when it looked like it was only 1 point and they walked away with all three because of this man on the ball.
Well, it's a cruel game of football. Doesn't matter how much possession you've got, how many chances you've created. It only takes one for the opposing team to get it in the back of the net. That's what Rangers did.
And what has separated him from other attackers is that he's created a lot of his opportunities on his own. In moments where you felt the shooting opportunity is not there, or he may have, of course, pushed the ball too far away from the goal to have a good strike on it. He's still been able to score. And in those sorts of moments that we just saw for the opening goal, he's been clinical. It's very rare we've seen him miss from those opportunities. That really is the sign of a good marksman. And if you were questioning why Terminix Horquetta Rangers have been so dominant, just look at the goal scoring chart. Atula Guerre at 12 and Corbin at 11. That's what you want. 23 goals between two marksmen. And not all the time they've played 90 minutes. That's for sure.
That's the scary part. Well, here's Isaiah Garcia. Better defending, but can he open the door for his team? And St-Hilaire shot it just as quickly as it was. What a game.
Well, I will warn our viewers up front that this Deportivo team is not going to lie down, that's for sure. There's enough quality in that squad, not only to bring back the scores level, but to go on.
a good chance. Oh, Sinclair, rare fumble from him. Did manage to hold on in the end. What a goalkeeper he's grown to be, Jabari Sinclair. I can tell you that the reserve keeper for this team, no slouch, Jabari Bryce, former national youth keeper. Just tells you the quality of man in goal for Timbernex Rangers. He was rewarded with a national cap in the Nations League. But he's called to the squad rather. Hasn't officially played just yet, but he was recognized.
And you're right, credit has to be given. From a national team perspective, he was nowhere in the picture. And certainly his exploits in this tournament has rewarded him with a placement in the squad, as we see that man there, Houghton Hector, to the immediate right in the screen. Is he going to play a part in this one? Such an integral part to this Point Fortin team, of course, coming off an injury. I'll tell you what, James, they've certainly missed him.
Yeah, he's been a big cog in the wheel of Point Fortin. Here's another talent, Kyle Thomas. Can't get past Isaiah Garcia.
That's another good battle in the field.
Well, there are many good battles. You've got Gill, the man on the ball. He's up against Justin Cornwall. And then you've got Kyle Thomas up against Isaiah Garcia.
On the flip side, you've got Jordan Riley against
Emmanuel Thomas.
Emmanuel Thomas.
And, well, it's an interesting position he's playing. He's being used as a wing-back. He's a central midfielder, the 18-year-old Emmanuel Thomas. He's used as a wing-back today.
I know Ross Russell Jr. in the squad.
Well, that's something you don't see every day. Oh, here we go. Here he is. Man with the ponytail. High-scoring defender in the tournament, Ross Russell Jr. 4 goals for Timbernex Rangers. Although to be fair, Cameron Purcell of Police has scored 1 more than him. But they've generally been the 2 goal-getters, defenders in the competition. Stuck between his legs. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've seen those in WWE, and Gil does not appreciate it at LLH. La Hocketa.
When you look at the defenders in Deportivo Point Fortin, I'm not surprised. Etienne is a very, very rough customer. And that man there in your screen was a very rough customer himself, Reynold Carrington.
What was his nickname again?
Hippo.
Wow, that tells you all you need to know.
Former captain of Trinidad and Tobago national team, and of course assistant coach, the current senior squad. Very talented midfielder, Reynold Carrington. Was our version of Makalele.
Well, he is a free kick expert. He did score last week to help secure his team the title. Some distance this time. He doesn't care when it goes into the side netting. He's really going into a dead ball specialist, Kyle Thomas. Did show his quality in the recent CONCACAF Under-20 Championship. And again, he's produced it in domestic territory as well.
Well, you figure that these players under 20 not only done a good job, but they've been a very valuable presence within the squad.
That's good from Garcia. Service needed to be better.
Yeah, needed the service, James, you're correct. He's done ever so well to get forward.
Well, here's his fullback partner, Justin Cornwall. Omni Baird, heavy touch. Back to Baird. Well defended by the captain, Crichton. And well, they push the fullbacks up, and Kadeem Corbin will try to utilize that space.
Such a tough customer, Garcia.
I've rarely seen Point Fortin fullbacks push as high up the field as I'm seeing today. Any particular reason you think for that? Well, tell me after this.
What a bit of skill there by Guerra. Terrific bit of skill, James. I will answer your question, but wow, what a bit of skill. And the approach is quite simple. It's important that they stretch the park, and more importantly, occupy the wing backs of Terminix La Horquetta Ridge. A team, as you know, is extremely good in transition. You want to make sure that you occupy them, you stretch the field, you play high up the park, and try to play the football, of course, in Terminix La Horquetta Rangers half of the field.
Andrews up against Cornwall. Oh, he's gone past him. I think it's the first time that anybody's really gotten the best of Cornwall that easily. Dead. Lost it to Emmanuel Thomas. And some room for Garcia to get in behind. Can he get past Corbin?
That's tremendous by Corbin. Outstanding. That's the man who just scored. Back there defending.
I think what many people point out that they love about Corbin is his passion for the game. He never has a switch off moment.
Look at his desire to get there.
Always seems so in tune with the game. Never likes to make a bad pass. No bad defending for that matter.
Well, he puts in an honest shift, and that's what you want. He is considered a senior player on this squad, and easily one of their more important players, and he shows it.
Well, Pacheco needed direction. Deflected, so it's a corner. And Hudson pick out another orange jersey. St. Hilaire couldn't get there, but he has been impeded.
Well, you talk about the high wing backs, James. Also, Point Fortin is trying to be very direct in their approach. They're not allowing Rangers to settle into that normal low block that we see that they get themselves into. Hasn't really worked out for them just yet, but I think it's the right approach.
Four and a half minutes gone. Certainly seen some tantalizing football.
That's a tough challenge there. Not surprised by the man behind it.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. It's run into the toughest cookie. Sturge. Really see the man put him down.
I'm actually surprised he's down.
It's actually usually the other way around.
Well, there may be a cut of some sort, and that's probably the only reason he's gone down. But outside of that, there is certainly ample replacements there. Pick your poison.
They're all just as dangerous.
Look at this here for a challenge. That's what you call taking no prisoners. Ball and man.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Shrugs it off and it's good to go. Might know his older brother. He's a famous lawyer here in Trinidad and Tobago, known as Wayne Sturge.
I'm not sure that went out.
Well, they're applying the vice grip now. Deportivo. It's lost from Pacheco. Back with the team in red. Real Gil turned his man inside out, but he couldn't find the right pass. Real Gil.
Tell you what,
he's a ballerina.
I think that's almost impossible to do in these conditions, and he's done it. Of course, the final pass is just not good enough, but
here's Kaim Thomas against Isaiah Garcia, and he's gotten better of him. Been bailed out by Etienne, left him for dead though. Kaim Thomas. Corbin, can he find a way through? Well, Etienne found a way through him. And McDonald doesn't like any bit of it.
I'm not sure what you call that. But Etienne felt that he had a cause to argue.
Wasn't that one of the moves that we saw in Enter the Dragon? Famous Kung Fu movie with Bruce Lee. I'm sure I saw it somewhere there.
Well, it was never a match that would be of equality. When you look at the size of Etienne compared to Corbin, there's only one outcome.
Well, they do have a slight bit of an advantage with a free kick. Ike Manjus stands over it. Always had one idea in his mind, that Marvin Phillip did enough to keep him out. Won back easily by Rangers. Kera, it's a space to exploit. He saw Selke and Marvin Phillip, excellent at the near post.
Good bit of skill there, cutting into his left foot. A lot of power. Certainly needed to beat a goalkeeper of that quality, but not in this time.
Another chance perhaps from the corner. Cleared. Not with distance. Gil. Being used on the interior, Real Gil. It's good from Isaiah Garcia. Oh, how did he make that height, Real Gil? Ike Manjus has time. Something you don't want to give a player of his quality. Oh, that's good. And he's been taken down in the wrong area. And that's a no-fly zone. And when you mount an offensive there, there's bound to be a retaliation, and it will be one from 11 yards out.
Well, I'm not surprised by the demonstration being shown here by Deportivo Fortin, as they may have felt that this was a soft one. A deep probing ball there by Andrews. Touch. Not sure, James. I leave it for your pronouncement. But I do think it was soft.
Not the fiercest of challenge from Cornwall. Might feel a bit hard done by Chaim Thomas' decision to go down that easily.
Well, I think from the opposite perspective, you just don't put your hands on the player. There was no need. I don't think he would have gone anywhere close to the goal.
And that's goal number 13. Atula Guerra. Well, he's narrowing the gap to the top of a goal scorer chart. And he's extending the gap between coming next to the Horquetta Rangers and Deportivo Fortin.
May suggest it's a flattering scoreline. Haven't really created a great deal of chances, Rangers, but they're up by 2 goals, and we talked about their consistency and what they've done throughout this tournament. That's why they're champions. They don't have to play well to get results. That's a... I thought that was a foul.
Well, he stayed down though, Isaiah Hudson. Well, here's another look at how the extension happened. Atula Guerra from the spot.
And we have a look here at the foul. So good look at it there. Wow.
Did have a handful of jersey though.
Yeah, he did, and we've seen those given, and you really can't complain if it is given. As a defender, you can't have your hands out like that. Certainly you can't grab the opposing team's apparel in the box. You're asking for trouble. Even if it was soft, and I do still think it was a soft call, but you've put yourself in that position by first having your hands out and then secondly grabbing the shirt.
Oh, they'll have a chance to catch a breath though. Enjoy what the fans in the stands are enjoying.
The Angels must be happy. James, they look a happy bunch.
Never seen a sad Angel. Certainly not in Horquetta.
I'm looking at that foul again. Caleb leading with the arm. Well, they've certainly mixed things up here today. Real Gill is in the middle of the park alongside, of course, the 2 deep line midfielders in Crichton and Daniel. Not seen him in that position all tournament, James.
Yeah, it's my first look of it. Look at him in the middle of the field. Interesting matchup. It's contemporary. Certainly going to be his under 20 national teammate Luke Phillip. That's going to be the battle in the middle. Gill versus Phillip. Well, not even the Energizer Bunny can get past that man. find penetration. Maybe Gil can on the opposite end. Does get a corner. But it's him who got the final touch, so it will be a goal kick. Haven't seen any of the razzle-dazzle that he usually brings to the party today.
Well, he's coming from a more congested position, which is in the middle of the park. Doesn't have the real estate that he's normally afforded out wide. And it's a different axe. And then you're running into the likes of a guy called Andretti and back there. It's always going to be difficult.
"18 years old, built like a tank," Emmanuel Thomas. And there's Ross Russell, Joshua Lamb. 2 goalkeepers.
Story of a goalpost.
Well, the pace has been cooled somewhat after the second Rangers goal. Need to get some momentum now, Point Fortin. They've been shell-shocked. Well, if you're a West Indies fan, might not want to hear the bit of news that comes next. It's not that good. They lost by what? 2 runs?
It's about 3 runs
to India, yeah. First ODI here in Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. India made 308. West Indies fell at 305. Not good these days at the ODI level. 308 for 7, chasing 309. The West Indies got to 305 for 6. Maybe football can give us a reason to smile. Maybe Pacheco can give the folks of Vance River, Captiville, T-Shea Village something to cheer. Not this time. Well, it's more advanced than I've seen him anytime in the tournament, Isaiah Garcia. He's a cousin of the Garcia brothers. Comes from the Santa Flora region.
He's had a solid tournament as well. It's hard to argue if we've seen a better right back.
Good challenge. Still going though. How about that from Daniel David? He's impressed me this tournament as well. 19 years old. In fact, he turned to 20 during the tournament. Certainly seen a wide array of young players come to the fore. Real Gill, Kyle Thomas, Emmanuel Thomas, Daniel David, Luke Phillip, man on the ball. All under the age of 20.
Some promising signs. Add Wilson to that. Late addition to the tournament. Josiah Wilson of AC POS Spain.
Here's Luke Phillip. Checo. Riley. Has he found space? Not this time. Oh, he's left one for dead. Can't get past Thomas. Well, for a man who's not a natural defender, he's done an immaculate job at keeping Jordan Riley quiet. Riley, of course, secondary school all-star 2016-2017. Son of Roger Riley, another former player, played with St. Benedict's College. He's also a very good musician. He and his sister Maya, they did play in a music festival where they finished second back in 2010. He's got skills. Maybe now, let's see what he can do with the ball this time. Well, here's another man with skills, Kadeem Corbin. And that's excellent defensive maneuverability from Andre Etienne. Paul didn't start the tournament as a starter, came in because of the injury to Wesley John, but what a replacement he's been. His partner Etienne well in defense. Well, they might be 2 goals down, but they're not making it easy for the league leaders, Point Fortin.
But certainly in terms of the run of the game, they've given as good as they have gotten. But they've been unfortunate. A debatable penalty and, of course, a moment of, a finishing of brilliance by Corbin. That's really the difference in the game. They have not been overawed by this team, not by any stretch of the imagination.
Good positioning by Emmanuel Thomas. They'll have to try again. Approaching the halfway mark in this fixture. Pacheco. Omri Baird. Looking for Garcia. Well defended by Sturge. You must make note of the conditions. It's not been the easiest conditions. Weather conditions, of course, affecting ground preparation. It's difficult in the middle of the park, particularly.
Well, when it comes to turning and sprinting, it is tough.
Well, that's a good win by Ike Manjus. And here's Gill. This is Etienne. Corbin. Well, that's illegal. They can protest all they want. It's not going to change his mind, Jassy McDonald. A Paul Cornwall mob surrounding the veteran referee.
Switch ball by Gill into Corbin here. Well, I'm not sure. I'll say that, James. I did think there was a 50-50 challenge. And that's it. I think bodies collided after that.
I think he might have been looking at the fact that when you take your eyes off the ball as a defender, you're liable to get calls that go against you that may otherwise have been 50-50.
But I think the point is, Corbin was not in control of the ball. It has left his area, and maybe that's what Cornwall was disputing, or Paul for that matter.
Who's up for some magic? This man Ike Andrews has scored a few from this distance. Marvin Phillips has stopped many more. No need to. That one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Well, it's always going to be difficult to get it up and down from so close. Difficult skill. But we've seen it in this tournament.
Well, 3 minutes was the allotted time added. He's cut in halfway between that. But the players are not going to complain. They get a rest. He's been a goal scorer. He's also been a goal scorer. And 2 goals to the good for the team in red. The team in orange, well, might feel a bit unlucky and hard done by the scoreline. But at halftime, it's Timanex the Horquetta Rangers 2. Deportivo point Fortin 0. Let's take a break, and we've got some tasty highlights coming up. Well, the music is blaring and the girls are dancing. It's a celebratory mood as Terminex Horquetta Rangers appear to continue to keep their unbeaten record intact. And the first 45 shows us exactly how that was done. From the time that Jackson McDonald blew that whistle, Point Fortin showed that they didn't come to play. Nathaniel Garcia forcing a good save from the goalkeeper, Sintolaire. But then they slept, and he doesn't sleep. The boogeyman, Kadeem Corbin, getting goal number 1, the opener for Terminex Horquetta Rangers. On the opposite end, Isaiah Garcia tried to cause trouble. And well, his shot, Isaiah, not passing the goalkeeper. Ike Andrews tried hitting the side netting, Kyle Thomas in fact. And then Guerra, he can pick any lock, but he couldn't pass Marvin Phillip, the doorkeeper. Ikem tried as well, but you don't get over 100 international caps and let those fly past you. Then Guerra forcing the best out of the 38-year-old goalkeeper. And then that happened. Cornwall with a handful of Kyle Thomas jersey. And this man doesn't miss from 11 yards. It's goal number 12 for him, by the way. Listen to the sound of that. Music to the air. 2-0 at halftime, Terminex Rangers. Let's see what the numbers can conjure up for us. And it's an interesting game, Brent.
An interesting one. 18 shots, 7 of the 10 shots from Terminex Rangers on target, 6 of the 8 from Deportivo Point Fortin on target. 8 fouls altogether, 3 for Terminex Rangers and 5 for Deportivo. No cards, red or yellow. 1 offside, a piece for both teams. 2 corners for Terminex Rangers, 5 for corners, 6 saves and 5 saves respectively. A game, of course, of numbers, and only one that counts is the one on the yellow where Terminex Rangers are 2 goals up.
Well, you described this one as a weird fixture. What exactly, in what area?
Well, in terms of the flow of the game, it hasn't been a dominating performance by Terminex Horquetta Rangers. They certainly, of course, did not, control the game as we look at the starting lineup for Terminex Horquetta Rangers. St. Hilaire, Andrews, Thomas, Russell, Sturridge, Crichton, Gill, Guerra, Corbin, Thomas and David. In terms of what we've seen from Rangers, as I said, they have not been the dominating performance, certainly not a 2-0 type of performance. When you look at the substitutes bench, there's changes there, the likes of Charles, Ross Russell Jr., of course, to come in, and Isaiah Raymond. So within the grand context of things, James, there's enough there to change things and maybe even change gear for Terminex Horquetta Rangers.
2-0 to Rangers, but Point Fortin, they've not lain down or by any stretch of the imagination. Is it possible that they can still get back in this game, or is it a done contest?
I think 1 goal in the first 10 or 15 minutes into, of course, the second half as we take a look at the starting lineup. And when you look at the substitutes, James, the likes of Henry and Akinola Gegri coming on, maybe looking to go at a more progressive front 3 or maybe a 2 and a 1. Of course, Houghton Hector as well, name not listed there, but also we've seen it on the bench as well. And that man there, number 17, Akeem Redhead, another potential goal scorer and match winner. So they're not short of course, choices on the bench. The question is tactically, how do they approach this one? And I think that is going to give, of course, segue into what this second half may present for Deportivo Point Fortin.
Ethan Actor did not start, just returning from injury. How big an impact has his absence been, and can he make a difference coming back this evening?
Well, they've gone a bit direct in the first 45 minutes. They've played their wing backs high, if you would have observed, James, and they've tried to play balls into Omri Bread, hopefully of course, moving the team faster up the pitch, as well as to counter the transition that we normally see from Rangers. But they still miss that creativity, that player, that number 10 that can take the ball and create goal-scoring opportunities and carve opportunities open. We haven't seen that throughout the 45 minutes from Deportivo. As much as their build-up play, and in some instances in the middle of the park, have been good, it still has not been potent, and that's why we haven't seen any real goal-scoring opportunities for Deportivo Point Fortin.
Well, let's rewind and look back at last weekend, and there was one player that stood up above others, and he's a Campari Player of the Week, and played in this match. Man from Lambo, Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago former international, Trevin Cesar, getting not one, but 2 goals for Cunupia. They got a win over Real Westport, and his 2 goals made him our Campari Player of the Match. $500. Well, that's a ticket to Tobago, and you can get some bacon shark on the beach from Mrs. Trim as well. Well, it's time to take a break, and when we come back, buckle up, grab a drink, because we've got a hectic second half coming up when we return here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. All the ground staff has been working overtime, even at halftime, while everybody rested to get this ground in tip-top condition. And that's because it's a classic match at the moment taking place at the Horquetta Recreation Ground, one of which Terminex Horquetta Rangers, they lead by 2-0. Hard at work. Hardest working ground staff in Trinidad and Tobago, Brent.
Yeah, by a country mile. They've done a terrific job, not just in preparing the game for games, but also, of course, during the halftime period where we've seen them roll, patch, and cut in some instances. It's not been easy. It's rained a lot here in Trinidad, and more importantly, right here in Horquetta, have seen some torrential downpours, but nevertheless, we still have sometimes, in most cases, near perfect facilities to play in, or to play on.
Well, I must share my condolences to the family of Vish Dash, the former Star Wars Strikers winger, passed away sadly earlier today. Certainly would have played with many, including that man wearing the number 1, Marvin Phillip, former teammate of his at Star Wars Striker. So we do send condolences to his family, and our prayers are with you. In Horquetta, it's a festive moment. Already been crowned champions, and with 45 minutes down, they seem to be continuing their unbeaten trend. And here comes the reinforcements. Tyrone Charles and Russell Jr., both players with international pedigree, have joined the attack for them. I'll tell you in a sec who are the players that have been replaced. It's not unusual to see big changes being made at halftime for Rangers, and they might feel that they are in control. Omni Baird was part of the Trinidad and Tobago bronze medal team at the Futsal Pan American Cup just a few weeks ago, and they would need him and company to be on the score sheet for Point Fortin to get them back in contention in this match. They trail by 2-0. But Emmanuel Thomas is one of the players confirmed to have been replaced, as well as Kaim Thomas. So 2 Thomases have been replaced, and in their stead have come in Charles and Russell.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's a Hail Mary. They needed prayers, but not like that.
Well, I don't think I've seen that attempt on goal ever. I'm not even going to say in a while, but ever.
Yeah, this level goalkeepers generally are better, and well, defenders as well. Psyche Manju's found out. Quick off the mark, Ronald Paul.
Well, I was looking at St. Hilaire's position. He wasn't even off the line, so I'm not sure the reason for trying it.
Self-confidence.
Well, there you go.
I gave graduation speeches about those. Didn't mean it that literally.
Well, case in point, my friend.
Chase on for Sturge. Helped out by Daniel David. King for Corbin. Couldn't wrap his boot around it. Chance. Oh, how about that? He's been sent out as a messenger, and the message has been delivered. And they can dance to celebrate its success. Tyrone Charles is a rock star. Marvin Phillip, a statue.
Well, he's only been on the pitch for a matter of seconds. And what about that for an introduction? An absolute belter. A shot of a champion. And I tell you what a strike by Charles. as the adoration by all is to be seen. Even a rare smile by the man in charge, Mr. Ferguson.
I tell you what, the Met office would have recorded that. That one shook the Richter scale. What a goal that was from Tyrone Charles. Out of nothing.
And when you look at the angle and you look at the distance as well, James, and of course the man between the sticks, he just didn't think he was going to strike from there. What a strike. I think that was his first touch of the game. How are they going to dig themselves out of this one? Or can they?
Well,
look at this again. Look at the pace in that.
tell you what, Simo Heha is well known as the world's greatest sniper, the Finnish marksman. Add Tyrone Charles to that list. And Jordan Riley, well, he doesn't qualify shots like that. Heha, by the way, he's credited with over 501 scouts as a sniper. Just in case you wondered who he was. Finnish sniper that served in the Winter War of 1939 to 1940. Tyrone Charles is in that category. He's a sniper. Well, here's Guerra. The Charles. He has a hot feet at the moment. No foul. Daniel David. It's a bad giveaway. And another bad giveaway. Here's Gill. This is what we're familiar with. Well, I'm surprised that that was not called. He's gotten away with it. Can they make use of a chance? It's Garcia. Well, did well in the end, Etienne. Tracked the flight of it all the way. Guerra has Andrews with him. Oh, look at that burst of pace. Look at that challenge. Still alive though. Philip. Paul. Isaiah Garcia. Can't pick a pass. It's Corbin. Scored one of 3 goals for the team in red this evening. Oh. Showing happy feet as well. there we go. There's a call. Dead. And, well, it was a chance that Hudson couldn't convert. It's not that they're not getting chances.
Well, they're looking at the goal. They've had sight of the goal. As I said, the execution, the actual putting the ball in the back of the net hasn't been as good as it should be. But I think if you were looking at the game and you took the goals out of it, certainly it's not a 3-0 game. But then it just shows it, of course, how potent they can be in front of goal.
Philip lost that battle to Gill, but he's won it back and he's given it away just as quickly. Certainly a player with quality, Luke Phillip. His passing game has not really shown that quality. Maybe Jordan Riley or Garcia can show some here.
That's a good tackle by Sturge.
Daniel David. Wow. Paul is a rough boy, isn't he? Daniel David did stand his ground though. Well, here's a change that we anticipated. It's in the making. They've got an army that needs a general. That general will have to wait though, because it's a corner to Terminix Rangers. There he is, the general himself, Hughes and Hector. One of 3 changes being lined up. When Fortin find themselves in a huge pit at the moment. Needs someone to bail them out. So it's time for changes to be made. Ezekiel Kisa, a youth MVP at the Pro League level, will come in. 2015 Youth Pro League MVP. And of course this man, Houghton Hector, 33 caps and 7 goals for the Trinidad and Tobago national team. CFU Club champion winner in 2008. And a man with a whole heap of experience. More importantly, he scores goals. So too does this man, Corbin. Akeem Redhead has also been the other player included for Deportivo. Of the 3 players that have come on, they're all goal scorers.
It's a positive change. They know they need to get themselves back into this one, and the only way they can is by, of course, getting their creative players and their goal scoring threats onto the pitch. Hasn't been a good second half by Deportivo so far. Maybe a bit shell-shocked.
The goal certainly knocked some wind out of them. Cornwall. Luke Phillip. Looking for Redhead. Too far ahead for him. Oh, there's your friends, Brent.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who's the fourth wheel.
I'm wondering that myself. I'm jealous.
That's what happens when every game you're promoted, you get additionals.
Yeah, that's the price of fame.
If it's part of their rider.
Looking for Guerra. Oh, the rhythm just brings the atmosphere to life every Friday. Can't imagine football in Trinidad and Tobago without that and a resident Nutsman. Sure, Nuts landing is somewhere wrong.
Well, you just have to keep your eye on, of course, our audio men. They're the ones that follow them. The Nutsmen, that is.
Here's Guerra. Oh, that's a wild elbow. And he's fortunate not to be penalized for it. Has his eyes set on the golden boot. He's 2 goals behind Brent Sam, who is the leader. So he believes he can scale that height. He's got 1 game remaining after this. Sam and Defence Force, of course, play against Central FC tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome. Maybe he can get something here. Andrews. Good header, then comes off Etienne. Garcia. Newton Hector. Oh,
That's experience.
certainly is.
That's good interception. Oh, that's a good ball.
Should be in here, Kisa. Oh, and Ross Russell Jr. is in some trouble. Oh, the flag might have been up and it has come like a life raft in the middle of the Pacific because it saved them potentially being sent for an early shower.
Yeah, this looks a shade offside there. I'll tell you what, you're correct in what you say, James. Can't see how he would have survived that one.
Another chance maybe. Not to be.
You think with a penalty kick and a man sent off, may have been what you needed, of course, to get this game back to some parity, or at least the indications of it. We just feel, James, if Deportivo could get the next goal, it may put some wind underneath their sails and may give them the energy, of course, to mount a revival.
Well, that's not what he intended. Not what Cornwall wanted as well. Coaching staff, Kelvin Modest, super. Of course, Rondell Renrick, former goalkeeper. And coaches, Reno Carrington, Selborne Francis. That's what success looks like, just for the part. Dave Pomina, coach of Terminix Rangers. Russell. Sturge. There's Ike Andrews.
It's a good turn. Excellent turn.
When he's fit, he's certainly a touch of class, Andrews. It's one a corner. Does have his hamstring heavily bandaged. Suffered with injury much of this season. He's Caribbean Youth Cup winner.
It looks like he's struggling now. A lot of that is down to your body mechanics, and maybe something he needs to work on. Obviously in the off season, it's the simplest of change in mechanisms that could alter, as you can see, the heavily bandaged hamstring. They have the capable person, of course, in Meccano in their staff. I'm very sure he will rectify that.
Got the touch it needed, got the direction from Tyrone Charles. Another change, and it's Andrew Pacheco who will make his way off, and Akinola Gregory who will come in. 5 goals for Point Fortin, makes him their highest scorer in the competition. Joint leader with Isaiah Hudson. The intention is clear. Hector. Oh. It's Mozart as he leads his orchestra. Such a composer, Ethan Hector. Can he help get them back in? Or maybe Redhead now. And good challenge to deny Hector. That's very composed from Rangers. He has Real Gill. Hector.
That's naughty. That's very, very naughty.
It's late as well. And it earned him a greeting card of the yellow variety. Hello, naughty boy.
I tell you, he's very lucky to stay on the pitch. Studs showing late and certain impact on the opposing player. Talk about a defender that walks the tightrope.
Hector. And easy for Saint-Hilaire. Garcia. Cornwall. Redhead. And good challenge from Gill. Well, he's a smiling man. Can Point Fortin give Salima McCree, the mayor, something to smile about in Point Fortin? Huge footballing community. In fact, the mayor, her husband, you might remember him, Nicholson Thomas, the former Derby Connection and St. Benedict's player. Call him Iceman. They would certainly want something to cheer them up at the moment.
When you talk about a community that's fully in love with football, it has to be Point Fortin. I know we've touched on the type of players and who they've produced, but I think the list just goes on and on and on.
Hector Garcia. Chased by Cornwall. That's a battle that he will not win. Well, the big talk this week, Caribbean Ascension tournament, slated potentially for October this year. And, well, most of the teams here would be playing to try and get a place in that. It does come off the ground, but it's a phenomenal idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and of course, more importantly, it gives the local players here in Trinidad and Tobago the opportunity to play international football. That's what you want, really, for your players to be exposed to different countries and, of course, different challenges. And I'm very sure that the fans here at Horquetta would love to see the champions of Jamaica, or the champions of Grenada, or the rest of the Caribbean here in our shores, up against their favorite Ascension teams.
Possibilities are delicious, to say the least. You've done a lot of work in Jamaica, Harbour View perhaps, local soil. They did have their youth team across in Tobago a weekend ago.
With some positive results as well for Harbour View. I'm always posed with that question in terms of the quality of football compared, well, quality of football here in Trinidad compared to Jamaica, of course. And there is a lot of similarities, a lot of parity as well. And it would be intriguing to see if those teams were able to, of course, connect. And play against each other. Some healthy prizes as well, James. That was reported in the media. $20,000 possible first prize for that tournament.
Delicious. Oh, that's good. Ike Manchus took out Luke Phillip. Well, Corbin has to be careful there to react after the whistle had gone. Well, they might not win this match this evening, Deportivo Point Fortin. What do you think they've done well in the competition Ascension tournament this season?
Well, they've certainly entertained and they've certainly shown their pedigree, and understandably so, because of the types of players that they have within their ranks. We obviously talked throughout this tournament about the type of players they produce in Point Fortin, so certainly a community team. But you'd have to think at the start of this, fitness was certainly a concern, and of course they were disjointed because they're not an actual team in that sense. And of course, as it went on, they've come not only impressive individually, but also cohesive as a team, and even became a team that most teams in this tournament feared to play. And results have shown that. That's a goal.
Oh, it's a very good goal as well. And Hakeem Redhead has done exactly what he's been sent to do. Muted celebration, understandable, but it certainly gives them something to fight for in the closing minutes.
Well, that man again, Hector, what a classy delivery. But that's just poor defending. Straightforward, that's your man. Don't let him beat you to the ball. And unfortunately, Rangers defender allowed that.
Well, could there be more where that came from? Kisa. Oh, that's good. It's even better defending from Joel Leslie Russell.
That's good recovery. Excellent recovery. It's very rare you see him beaten for pace. He was for a slight moment. He certainly rectified that. Got his body in the right position. And ended up shutting the door. Now, James, I think another goal here by Deportivo may just put the cats around the pigeon.
A neutral fan, certainly something they'd want to see.
That's been the story of the second half for Deportivo. It's been sloppy in some patches. And as we well know, James, you can't be sloppy against this Rangers team. You'll be punished.
It's well won by Etienne. Drives forward. Oh, that's good. From the centre back. Redhead! Might have gotten a touch until there. The referee disagrees. My word, that was a smoker.
Well, it's a surgeon run there by Etienne. Finds Redhead. I tell you, there was a lot of action on that ball, both from a velocity standpoint and of course a movement standpoint.
Well, it's not over till it's over. Since Hector's come on, it's been a different look about this Point Fortin team. More positive in attacking areas. That's good from Tyrone Charles. Needed some direction.
Well, he certainly come on and left his print on this half. And you have to admire that from an elder statesman in the team. Some may argue that he may deserve more playing time, certainly from a starting perspective, and he hasn't had it, but certainly doesn't look like he doesn't play like he's unhappy about that.
Good from Luke Phillip, 18-year-old, winning a corner. That's a goal kick. Thought the defender might have gotten a touch. There's a man down in the far right of your screen, and well, it's real Gill. But for the first time this evening.
Well, he's worked extremely hard in an unfamiliar position for us, because we've not seen him there, and he's had to put in the miles.
Let's see, inside of his thigh that they are attending to.
Here's a situation again. Maybe a case of weary legs, because defensive duties have been upped in this game, but certainly more than what he's used to.
Hector Akinola Gregory. Oh, he's won that battle. Can he find space here? Pick out a teammate.
It's a good ball. It's a good idea. I think he caught everyone flat-footed, inclusive of the defenders of Rangers and his teammates.
Certainly did.
That's a good ball.
Good catch as well.
Good positive goalkeeping.
Yes, Tyrone Charles on the other end. Marvin Phillip is quick.
That's excellent.
Wow.
Unusual.
One that won fair and square according to referee McDonald.
But effective.
Yes, Hector. He's got ton loads of space. And the goal scorer, Akeem, is offside this time. Akeem Redhead. Possibly top of the evening, wherever you're locked on in the Caribbean or around the world. To all the folks on our online platforms, good evening to you. Oh, we're busy in the chat trying to pinpoint a man of the match. They're doing a better job than me. I still can't tell you. Here's Cornwall. And that's a foul by Tyrone Charles. Taken quickly. Space for Kisa. And here is Kadeem Corbin. Off to the races. Tyrone Charles is with him. So too Real Gill. Oh, he's done well, Gill. Back to Corbin. Behind he misses! Oh, this time the chair of the crowd is in disbelief. He found the side netting. That's a rare sighting.
Was a good bit of skill there by Gill, eventually getting Corbin in with a chance. Just couldn't finish.
Is there one final roll of the dice for Deportivo Point Fortin? Well, they have a free kick. Got snipers in the field. Hector, Garcia, we've seen what both of them can do from this sort of range. Did play in Vietnam. 45 goals, 45 appearances, 14 goals for Song Lam, as well as 23 for Hanoi TNT. Might remember he also scored that equalizer for Derby Connection in the CONCACAF Champions League against the New York Red Bulls. Was a spectacular goal then. They need one of those right now.
And I think if you were to have a conversation about the top 5 players to play professionally here in Trinidad, he's there.
Not this time from Nathaniel Garcia.
Probably Marvin Oliver would also be part of that list.
Most certainly will.
The impact and what they've done. And the success they've had, both individually and of course collectively.
Longevity as well.
And longevity, correct.
Might add Kerry Batiste to that list, you think? Or there's an up moment for you as well? And it's this young star, Tyrone Charles, the sniper. Nothing Marvin Phillip could do. Sports marks that moment. Gonna dedicate that one to Sharika Jackson, the Jamaican sprint queen. Shelly Ann Fraser Price. Good evening to all our Jamaican viewers. Look at the track and field.
Yeah, excellent so far. World Championship. I was thinking that the Ascension was overly entertaining, and here comes the World Athletics. It's a cheeky ball.
Counting down to 90 minutes, and it's difficult to name a man of the match. Hopefully our friends on the live feed can help us out as well.
Maybe Leslie Russell at the back.
Oh, bit of a rest for Jamal Crichton. been tireless in the middle of the field. It's quite solid for this Terminex Horquetta Rangers team.
Well, we know we talk a lot about the explosiveness of the attacking displays that we've seen from the Horquetta Rangers, but I think defensively today they've been very solid. Especially Leslie Russell at the back.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. See, goals win matches, defense win championships, and Leslie Russell has been quite solid and commanding together with this guy, Caleb Sturge. Oh, no luck there for Akinola Gregory. Bit of frustration.
Well, it's always difficult when you play with a team that's very offensive minded and of course have a bevy of offensive players. You not only have to be on your game defensively, but more importantly, sometimes you find yourself very isolated.
Wow, got his wires crossed there, Kadeem Corbin. Just wonder what sort of impact he would have had if he had come on earlier. One final change for Point Fortin. And it's Anderson Morrison who will get a look in. Places Isaiah Garcia. So we're into borrowed time at the moment. Maybe Guerra, maybe not. That's good for Mikey Manjus. Unlucky from Corbin. It's not been the easiest ground conditions, but the players have still managed to pull out an entertaining fixture. Tick-a-tock goes the clock, and well, expect that this place will erupt in celebration at the final whistle. They've already been confirmed as the league champions, Terminex Rangers. A win will certainly crown off what has been a wonderful week for them. He'd still like to get his name on the score sheet again. Guerra. Maybe Cornwall can get a nice consolation. And, well, Redhead just needed direction. Didn't get it.
Just been poor for Deportivo. To their standards, has not had the quality that we would have expected from them here tonight.
Might be the last kick of the game. It is the last kick of the game. And an entertaining fixture. And one that was even more entertaining for the home crowd. They saw their team and that man entertain them with football, with goals, and certainly lots of heart. Point Fortin, they came, they fought, but in the end, not good enough, as the league leaders remain unbeaten. And they will celebrate long into the evening as they have consummated their championship winning run with a 3-1 victory over Deportivo Point Fortin. Let's look back at some of the highlights over the 90 minutes of action. Deportivo came out early, no nonsense attitude. Barry St-Hilaire was alert, but on the other end, Kadeem Corbin, he was as well. Opening the scoring early, typical Kadeem Corbin style. Point Fortin tried to counter with Garcia, but even Isaiah Hudson couldn't beat St-Hilaire. And then that happened. Chance from Kyan Thomas grazing the side netting. And then Guerra, wrong side of the upright. Ike Andrews tried his luck as well. Marvin Phillips, a bundle of experience in goal, was not to be beaten. And he proved that to his former international teammate Guerra. But even Alcatraz can be broken down, especially when you make errors at the back. And Atula Guerra scored his team's second, his 13th goal of the campaign. And that made it 2-0 to Terminex Rangers. That's how it stayed at the half. And in the second, super sub Tyrone Charles from way downtown. Check out the celebration. And that's exactly why that celebration was needed. And then Cherry, Deportivo getting a consolation. 3-1. They had chances, but they didn't have the luck to follow it. Kadeem Corbin could have made it 4, but even he could not live up to his high standards. In the end, it was enough. 3-1, the score to Terminex Rangers. Well, let's see what the numbers say. And well, they certainly were not outboxed in this fixture. Deportivo having more shots, 17 as compared to Terminex Rangers, 13. 9 of those were on target. However, the main difference, if you can go down further, 8 saves for Terminex Rangers, and that proved to be the difference in the end between the teams, together with the amount of goals scored, as 3 were in favor of Terminex Rangers over Deportivo Point Fortin. Well, they say goals win matches, but defense win championship, and Brent Sancho is standing by with a defender, Leslie Russell, who is our man of the match.
Well, of course, Leslie, a good result here tonight. We talk so much about Rangers offense. Tell us about your defense and your performance here tonight.
First of all, thank you, Brent. I just want to say hats off to Rangers. Also, I want to say thanks to Deportivo. I thought, they were resilient. I thought they had a good season, but in saying that, we are a championship team. I thought we were resilient throughout the whole tournament. As the saying, our strikers win the game, but defense win the championship. And I just want to say thanks to all the guys.
Well, of course, coming into this fixture, already won the tournament. Complacency could have stepped in, but it was a professional performance. Talk us through your team's 3 points here tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. We wanted to stay focused. We wanted to finish undefeated, and that was the main focus, and we did that.
Well, of course, your partnership in the back and, of course, your defensive resilience that you spoke about was the reason why you kept yourselves into the game. Tell us about the importance of the defense for Rangers as we talk so much about the offense.
Yeah, most definitely. I thought, in training, we stressed so much on our defense, We always work on trying to keep a clean sheet, and, we didn't get it today, but that's unfortunate, but we still finished the game strong.
Well, again, congratulations to our man of the match, Leslie Russell. And, of course, congratulations in winning the Ascension tournament, and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, man.
The man of the match, of course, Leslie Russell. And we talk so much about the offensive power of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, but today, defensively, they were solid, they were resilient, and of course, they went away with all 3 points. I'm now, of course, joined by coach of Deportivo Fortin, Coach Selvin. Disappointing result. Where did it go wrong for Deportivo?
I just thinking tonight that anytime you see we miss the early chances, they just keep throwing us off. We had to start to put pressure early in the game with the chances. We had to take the chances early and probably had to set the tone for the game. Because we noticed that as the chances fall for Rangers, they're taking it. All right.
Of course, you try to go a bit more direct, try to catch Rangers in the transition. Was that a plan coming into this game?
Yeah, from the beginning, I said we're supposed to take them off with our game, take them out of it playing our game, and that's what we tried, but it didn't work out tonight.
Well, a disappointing result. There were moments and patches in the game where you could have gotten back into it. Of course, the introduction of Hector brought a spark. Did you think you missed him from the start?
Yeah, Hector is carrying an injury, the reason why we couldn't start him. So we know that we could get about 35 minutes off of him. So we tried to get from that in the back, So it didn't work this game, but we're pushing on.
Well, of course, Coach Selvin, congratulations on your team's performance throughout the tournament. Congratulations tonight's performance, and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Okay.
Coach Selvin of Deportivo Fortin, certainly one of the teams in the tournament this year's edition of Ascension. They put in some classy performances. I'm now joined by the winning team's lead person, Mr. Richard Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, of course, 3 points tonight. Undefeated streak continues on. You think you're going to get to the finish line undefeated?
Well, first of all, let me say Deportivo is an excellent team. They are probably the best defensive team in the tournament, and you can see it by the stats. The amount of goals they conceded, I think, is very, very small, and it's very difficult to score on them. I think what we did tonight was we changed the formation a bit. We played 3 at the back, played 5 in our midfield, and so we kind of attacked with 7 players. And I think we went out in the hope of scoring more goals, because they are a very, very difficult team to break down, and you can see they are very well coached, and their players, they are excellent in the midfield, and they fight and they tackle, make it very difficult. So they played an excellent game.
Well, we've seen the movement of players, Real Gil playing in the middle of the park, of course, Emmanuel Thomas playing at left back. Is it very important to make sure that your young players, of course, can play in different positions in the pitch?
Absolutely, and I think what we do is we try to rotate players. We try to put them in different positions so that they would learn those different positions, and it would improve their game. Because I think the way we play is that we all attack when we have the ball, and we all defend when we don't have the ball. So we need everybody to be defensive and offensive.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Ferguson, again on winning the tournament, and congratulations on winning all 3 points here tonight, and all the best for the rest of this tournament.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
That is Mr. Richard Ferguson, of course, the lead person at Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, and more importantly, the spearhead behind this Ascension tournament, a tournament that would have had tremendous success in what we've seen here tonight, James. Of course, a good result for Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, and a good result for football in general, as Deportivo Fortin would have proved to be a good opposition for this Rangers team.
Yeah, well, we certainly asked early in the tournament, can they do it? Can they progress Can they remain unbeaten? And playing with just one wrong to go, they've certainly done that and they've been unbeaten. What do you credit for the success of this Terminex La Horquetta Rangers team and the way that they've managed to go unbeaten in this competition? They have faced challenges. They've only dropped 2 points in matches, but they've remained unbeaten. What is the key to that?
I think they've found ways to win football games, and that's what wins you a tournament. They're street smart in what they do. They understand and are very comfortable within their skin. And more importantly, I think each player within the squad understands their role to a very high level. And because of that, and you add that together, you have a championship winning team. And not just a championship winning team, but a team that has been undefeated so far in this tournament.
Well, we've got lots of matches coming up over the weekend, and we invite you to stay tuned to check out some of those. And it starts tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome. Central Soccer World, they come up against Real Westford, and that match is at 5 p.m. And then at 7, Defence Force, they're in second place at the moment, and they'd hope to stay there as they take on Central FC. On Sunday, another chasing team, Police FC, just 1 point behind the Defence Force. They'll be hoping to get something positive when they take on Maruga Football Club, who are on a high after getting their first 3 points in the tournament. So still lots to play for. That battle for second place is really heating up between the Defence Force and Police.
Yeah, the second place battle is heating up, and of course the goal scoring battle as well would have ignited tonight. But of course with both Corbin and Tula Guerra finding the back of the net, chasing Brent Sam. So still a lot to play for here in the Ascension tournament. Still entertaining football, and of course still the place to be on a Friday night.
Well, I tell you what, celebration time. It's always a celebration every single Friday here in La Horquetta. They've got live entertainment coming up, and the champions, still waiting for them to pop that champagne. Maybe we'll see that another time, but we end our coverage here this evening. We thank you so much for being with us as we brought all of the action to you. We've got one weekend remaining, and we hope to see you next Friday right here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. On behalf of myself, James Saunders, Brent Sancho, my co-commentator, and the rest of the crew here at Sportsmax, we wish you a fantastic evening. Goodbye for now.